Mountains don't care who you are. They don't care how skilled, how prepared, or how desperate you might be. Every year, search teams step into the world above the tree line, where the rules of life and death start to blur. They go looking for the lost, but sometimes what they find defies explanation. Equipment behaving wrong, tracks that circle back, voices calling through dead radios. These are true accounts from rescuers, rangers, and mountaineers who made it back. Barely. This is terrifying true tales. Remote mountain search missions. Bone-chilling stories drawn from the edge of the map, where nature ends and something else begins. My name is Ava Brennan. I am a mountaineer in part, time rescue technician with the Rainier Mountain Search and Recovery Unit. I've worked this range for 6 years. I've seen the mountain take lives before, and every time we go up, we're reminded that rescue and recovery can be the same mission. That morning, the summit was clear but deceptive. Weather had shifted overnight. Warm air riding up from the south meant unstable snow layers. I checked the avalanche reports before dawn. Moderate risk rising by midday. Still, the order came through. 2 climbers unaccounted for near Liberty Ridge. Their beacon signals were faint, intermittent. The last ping placed them near the upper snow bridge below Thumb Rock. Our team of 4 met at the ranger station around 4:00 a.m. By the time we loaded the gear and snowmobiles, the wind had picked up. I remember the way the headlights caught the swirling powder, like tiny sparks suspended in the air. 2 bodies likely frozen together. Our team lead, Marcus, said as he reviewed the notes. Collapse on the snow bridge. Coordinates line up with a crevasse about 60 meters across. Be careful with footing. Sunlight's been melting from the underside. He didn't need to say it. We all knew how fragile snow, bridges could get this late in the season. Under the weight of one person, what looks solid can open like a mouth. By 60:30, we'd reach base at around 8,000 feet. The air was brittle, the sky a clear, cruel blue. Marcus divided us. He and I would climb the ridge. Our second pair, Drew and Caroline, would stay below to anchor and monitor comms. I checked the carabiners, knots, and belay system. My hands moved automatically, habits born from repetition and fear. We started the ascent just after first light. The ice was hard and uneven, the sound of our crampons crisp against the slope. With every few steps, I drove my axe in, testing each point. I didn't talk much. Neither did Marcus. At high altitudes, words feel expensive. About halfway up, maybe 150 feet below the upper bridge, we reached a ledge that overlooked the Nisqually Glacier. The scale always feels impossible. Down below, the white expanse stretched forever, dotted with old avalanche scars and shadowed hollows where air currents swirled. Signal says they're 30 meters ahead, Marcus said, checking his receiver. The small unit blinked twice, the green LED pulsing faintly through his glove. I scanned the slope, nothing but wind-blown snow and scattered rope lines, half buried. Then, faintly, I saw a dark smear near a crack in the ridge. A glint of metal. Thier? We moved closer, cautious. The bridge was wide, maybe 12 feet across, with a hairline fissure running its length. The snow beneath looked compressed, like something heavy had recently sat there. At the edge, we found 2 ice screws driven deep into the slope, their ropes neatly coiled beside them. No bodies, no torn harnesses, just gear laid out deliberately, the coils even, the ends tucked. Marcus frowned. They must have been pulled in, but the lines coiled, He didn't answer. He knelt, brushed snow away, felt the surface. After a moment, he pulled off one glove and pressed his bare palm against the ice. His brow furrowed. "Feels warm." I did the same. Beneath the frost there was a faint slickness, like condensation on glass. Not heat exactly, but an absence of cold. For something this high, that shouldn't happen. "Sun layer maybe," he said, though it didn't sound like he believed it. We marked the coordinates, set anchors, and called down to Caroline. Static answered first, then her voice, "Copy. Reading you both. Proceeding with extraction prep. Negative on visual." Marcus replied. "Ropes recovered. No subjects." A long pause, then say again, "Buddy's not present. Equipment found coiled on site. We'll do a sweep up the ridge." Another burst of static, then, "Understood. Be careful. The temperature's climbing faster than forecast." I didn't like the sound of that. Warmth meant melt, and melt meant risk. The bridge could go at any time. We roped together again and began crossing carefully. Each step was a test. Tap, listen, shift weight, move. The ice made faint sounds beneath us. Soft creaks like something exhaling. The kind of sound you only hear if you stop breathing. Halfway across, I felt a vibration through the crampons. Subtle, rhythmic. I froze. "Marcus," I said quietly. He turned, read my posture instantly. We both crouched, scanning for cracks. Nothing obvious. The fissure hadn't widened. Then came a deeper sound, a long, low groan traveling through the glacier like a living thing. It wasn't imagination. The mountain was moving. "Back," Marcus ordered. We eased off, retracing steps, weight distributed evenly. The vibration faded as soon as we reached the ledge again. He exhaled hard. "Bridge is unstable. No chance we go farther until it freezes overnight." We both knew we wouldn't wait that long. 2 missing climbers meant families waiting, and daylight was our only margin of safety. I volunteered to set a probe line across the north side, where the bridge narrowed. It looked more compact there, the snow denser. Marcus protested briefly but gave in. I tied the probe rope to my harness, adjusted the carabiner, and started edging out again. Slow, precise. Every sense sharpened. You stop thinking about time when you're a void that could swallow you without echo. 5 steps in, I heard it again. That subtle sigh beneath the surface. Then something else. A muffled pop like air escaping a sealed cavity. I paused, tested the ground with the axe. The point sank deeper than expected. Too soft. I backed away. The bridge moaned again, louder this time, followed by a faint hiss. A thin jet of vapor slipped from a pinhole crack, curling into the cold air. "Marcus," I said, "we've got outgassing." Could be meltwater venting through. He nodded grimly. "We're done here. Mark the location. We'll radio HQ." We retreated to the ledge and began packing gear. As I coiled the rope, same pattern I'd seen beside those screws. I noticed how neatly it fit into my gloved hands. The loops perfect and calm. The act felt like defiance against the chaos underneath. We called in the report. HQ acknowledged, told us to hold position while they analyzed the data. Caroline's voice came back through after a few minutes, quieter. Weather's dropping sooner than expected. Winds shifting north. Might be another collapse zone forming. Marcus swore under his breath. We're pulling back. The descent should have been simple. We knew the route, had markers placed on the way up. But as we started down, visibility began to fade. Not fog exactly, but the kind of fine snow that hangs suspended in sunlight. turning every distance uncertain. Shadows thickened. My altimeter read would only dropped a few hundred feet, but it felt like miles. Every time I looked up, the ridge seemed to change shape. It's an illusion that gets into your head. The mountain distorts scale when you're tired. By mid-afternoon, clouds gathered fast. The wind came sharp, cutting sideways. I could barely see Marcus 5 meters ahead. The radio crackled again. Caroline. Her signal fractured. Wind shear, get below the shelf, then static. We quickened pace. I wanted ground beneath me that didn't sound hollow. Every crunch of crampon against snow came with a question: would this hold? Somewhere behind us, a deep thud echoed through the slope. We both stopped. It didn't repeat. Maybe an old cornice giving way. Maybe the mountain reminding us who was in charge. When we finally reached the lower shelf, the light was already draining. The snow underfoot had turned slushy from the sudden warmth. Marcus checked the temperature, 33 GF. Too high for comfort. We dug in a small ledge to rest. The wind carried fine mist across the glacier, a glittering spray that froze instantly on contact with metal. I poured a bit of hot water from my thermos. It steamed, then cooled almost immediately. That bridge will go by morning, Marcus said. You were standing right on top of it. I didn't respond. The thought of those missing climbers, where they could have gone, how their ropes ended up coiled, sat like a weight in my chest. We started the final descent at dusk. The horizon glowed faintly over the ridgeline, the last strip of gold before night swallowed everything. Halfway down, the radio clicked again. Drew's voice this time, sharp with interference. Bridge collapsed. Repeat, snow bridge collapsed. Took half the ridge with it. Exactly at your last mark. Marcus and I froze. The wind howled between us, and for a second I could swear. I felt the faintest vibration through the ice, like the echo of something giving way far above. We didn't speak the rest of the way down. By the time we reached base camp, night had settled in. Caroline and Drew were waiting near the tent, both pale under their headlamps. All sections gone, Drew said quietly. We watched it from below. No warning. No rumble beforehand. Just gone. Marcus turned to me, expression unreadable. You were right about the melt. I nodded, but my mind wasn't on the ice anymore. It was on those coils of rope, laid so carefully, as if someone, or something, had decided the job was finished long before we got there. And when I closed my eyes that night, I could still hear the glacier exhaling beneath my boots. We barely slept. After the report came through about the collapse, nobody wanted to close their eyes. Not with the wind shaking the tents and the mountain groaning somewhere above us. The sound of moving ice isn't loud, not like thunder. It's a pulse you feel through the ground. A reminder that everything solid here is alive and shifting. I sat half awake in my sleeping bag, headlamp off, just listening. Marcus was outside on radio duty, trying to reach headquarters. Every few minutes the static rose, then dropped again. The mountain's signal reflection was brutal at night. When he came back in, his beard was rimed with ice. HQ says we stand down until weather clears, he said. No ascent until at least noon. Did they confirm the collapse coordinates? I asked. He nodded. Right where we were. GPS matches within 3 meters. I stared at the tent fabric. The orange nylon rippled with each gust of wind, casting slow shadows. My crampons lay beside the entry flap, speckled with frost. I couldn't shake the thought that I'd been standing exactly where that ice had fallen through. A few hours difference, and they'd be coiling my rope at the bottom. Drew poked his head through the zipper. Weather station just clocked 35-mile gusts. Wet out forming on the ridge. We should start prepping early if we want to reach the bridge zone once it clears. Marcus grunted. You heard him. Hydrate, eat something, check your gear. We'll move the moment visibility opens. I unwrapped a protein bar and forced it down. The chocolate was stiff from the cold. Around us, the wind hummed against the aluminum poles, a hollow vibration that seemed to sync with my heartbeat. By 10:00 a.m., the wind had dropped a little. Visibility stretched maybe 200 feet, enough to move. The air temperature hovered just below freezing, too warm for comfort. That's the cruel paradox of rainy air. Warmth is what kills. We set out single file, heading toward the ridge again, cutting steps carefully into the hardening slope. The old path was gone, erased overnight by windblown drifts. Each movement felt heavier, slower. Caroline took lead navigation this time, compass steady in her hand. She was methodical, no wasted motion. Well circled to the north face, she said through her buff. Approach from the shaded side. Less melt. Smart move. North facing ice holds better shade, fewer soft pockets. Still, I could hear faint cracking beneath our boots every so often. The kind that doesn't belong to surface snow. Deep ice shifts miles below, but sometimes the sound carries up like a whisper. By late morning, we reached a section that looked familiar. The rock outcrop where we'd paused the previous day. The ledge was smaller now. A jagged rim of collapsed debris marked the edge, what used to be the bridge. Marcus knelt near the fracture line. Christ, he said quietly. Half the ridge is gone. I crouched beside him. The crevasse below was enormous, black and depthless. A faint mist rose from it, born from the temperature contrast. The remaining snow wall looked freshly sheared, clean as glass. Drew set up the drone camera to document. As it rose, I watched the live feed on his tablet. The camera panned across the void, mapping the fallen section. Nothing unusual, just layers of compacted snow and ice slabs. No sign of the bodies, no sign of the ropes either. Marcus looked over my shoulder. Any chance they were buried in the fall? Possible, I said. If the bridge collapsed when meltwater weakened the core, they could have gone straight down. But, he finished my thought for me. But then where did the gear go? We stared at each other for a long moment, wind cutting between us. The mountain didn't owe us logic. WHQ wants core temperature readings, Caroline said. They're curious about the surface anomaly you mentioned yesterday, the warmth. I unclipped my digital thermometer and pushed the probe into the snow near the fracture edge. The reading stabilized after a few seconds, 70 Fef. Too high, Marcus muttered. Should be at least 10 degrees lower up here. I moved the probe another few inches, closer to the raw edge of ice. The number blinked, 34.2 extra Fef. That's not sunlight doing it, I said quietly. We marked the readings and began moving laterally, checking for stable ground. Every 10 feet, the probe repeated similar numbers. Whatever was happening, it wasn't local. Around 100 p.m., clouds rolled in again, flattening the light until everything turned the same color. Sky, snow, horizon blending into one white sheet. It's called a whiteout, but that word doesn't capture the psychological punch. Without shadows, you lose every sense of direction. Even your own body feels misplaced. Caroline's voice broke through the static of wind. Line up on the rope. No gaps. We clipped in, 5 meters apart, the rope moving like a pulse between us. I kept my eyes on the back of Marcus's pack, focusing on the bright red carabiner swinging near his shoulder strap. Visibility dropped to 50 feet, then 30. The world shrank into the color of milk. We tried to retreat, but the slope had changed. Wind-blown ridges forming where flat snow used to be. The GPS lagged half a minute behind. That's an eternity when you're blind. Hold, Marcus shouted. We stay put until it clears. We dug shallow foot trenches for stability. The wind screamed around us, cutting through layers of down and nylon. I counted my breaths, slow even, trying not to think about how thin the crust might be under my boots. Then, faintly, a vibration tremored through the line. Not movement, just tension like the rope had tightened on its own. Drew, I called out. Still here, came his voice, muffled by the storm. The vibration pulsed again. This time I felt it through my harness. Could have been wind drag, could have been shifting snow. Hard to tell. Marcus's voice came sharp. Everyone, anchor in. Don't move until I say. We buried our axes and clipped short to the line. For a few minutes, the only sound was the storm. Then a sudden calm, wind dropping out as if someone had cut the volume. And in that brief silence, we heard it. A deep, rolling crack echoing from somewhere beneath. Caroline swore softly. That's subsurface movement. Marcus glanced at me. Measure again. I inserted the probe into the snow beside me. It flashed 35 GF. He shook his head. That's impossible. The air shifted, warmer, faintly metallic in smell, like wet iron. We waited, motionless, until the wind returned and the noise of the world came back with it. When visibility finally opened again, we realized we'd drifted closer to the fracture line without noticing. The ground beneath us sloped down toward the void, just subtle enough to be dangerous. Move up slope slow, Marcus ordered. We're done collecting data here. We followed the rope back, step by careful step. I looked over my shoulder once toward where the bridge had been. Through the thinning mist, I saw steam, or maybe just breath from the thaw, rising in gentle curls from the broken edge. We didn't talk again until we reached safer ground. The tension in the rope had left faint grooves across my gloves. By the time we got back to base camp, the light was fading again. We set the tent heater on low, dried our gear, and logged the day's data. The warmth felt almost unbearable after the cold outside. Caroline uploaded the temperature readings. HQ's confused, she said, scrolling through the numbers. They think our instruments are faulty. Marcus rubbed his eyes. Tell them to recalibrate their disbelief. We took the readings right. Drew leaned back against his pack. So what do we tell the families? We didn't find bodies, didn't find evidence of a fall. Just nothing. No one answered. The silence stretched until the wind filled it again. I took out the recovered coil of rope, the one we'd found on the bridge yesterday, and laid it on the ground. It had dried stiff, still perfectly wound. I examined the ends. They were clean cut, not frayed, as if sliced with a hot blade. I didn't mention that to anyone. We ate quietly that night. The sound of spoons against metal bowls, small and human in the huge dark around us. The mountain rumbled once, far away, like a sigh. Around 9:00 p.m., Marcus called HQ again for a final update. He handed me the headset halfway through. They want to confirm your temperature logs personally. I pressed the mic button. This is Brennan. Data verified manually, multiple points. The snow is melting from the inside out. There was a long pause before HQ replied. Copy that. Return at dawn. We'll send a ground unit to check the lower crevasse. Don't attempt another climb. Understood. When the transmission ended, Marcus looked at me across the dim orange glow of the lantern. You believe it's meltwater pressure, right? Some geological heat pocket. I wanted to. I really did. But I remembered the way the ropes had been coiled. Too deliberate, too calm, and the warmth that lingered under the ice when I pressed my hand to it. Maybe, I said finally. But I don't think that bridge failed by accident. Outside, the wind eased for the first time all day. Through the tent flap, I could see the faint glint of the glacier under moonlight. Smooth, silent, and alive in its own slow way. Tomorrow we'd descend for good. But part of me already knew the mountain wasn't finished with us. Morning came slow and gray. The mountain looked almost peaceful, cloaked in fresh snow that hid yesterday's scars. But I'd been here long enough to know calm could be camouflage. We were packing to leave when HQ radioed through. Signal Chris for once. Recovery team inbound from Paradise Station. The dispatcher said, "ETA 3 hours. You're cleared to begin descent, but stay in contact until you reach Camp Sherman." Copy. Marcus answered. Copy that. Starting down now. We broke camp in silence. My fingers worked automatically deflate the pad, roll the bag, check the clips. Every movement felt practiced, ritualistic. That's what survival on Rainier is. A ritual of control in a place that doesn't care if you exist. By 8:00 a.m., we began our descent along the Emmons Glacier route. The sky was clear, too clear. Sunlight burned off the thin fog and turned the snow to a glare that made the world painfully white. Marcus led, Caroline followed, then Drew, then me at the tail. We stayed roped, spacing at 10 meters. The slope wasn't steep, but I hated that the snow felt soft under the top layer. The warmth hadn't gone overnight. It had just sunk deeper. At around 9:15, Caroline called out, "Hold up." Getting a beacon signal. We all stopped. The receiver on her harness blinked faint green. Weak, but steady. Marcus frowned. Could be one of theirs. The missing climbers. We triangulated the signal. It came from lower down, near the mouth of the crevasse where the bridge had collapsed. Marcus hesitated only a moment before nodding. We'd check it out. Carefully. We moved downslope, the wind at our backs. The beacon grew stronger, rhythmic, like a heartbeat. My own pulse started matching it. The fracture line appeared again. Wider now, edges crumbly. The crevasse stretched out like an open wound. Steam, faint but visible, rose from the depths. Signal strongest here, Caroline said. Marcus anchored the main rope and clipped in. I'll go halfway down and check visual. I'll belay, I said automatically. He eased himself over the edge, boots biting into the ice wall. The rope paid out slow and steady. The radio on his shoulder hissed as he descended. About 15 feet down, 20. Okay, I see. Wait. Static swallowed his voice. Marcus, I called. Repeat that. No reply. Just the soft scrape of his crampons echoing through the crevasse. Then his voice again, lower, strained. I see equipment. Packs, helmets. No bodies. Looks like they were stowed deliberately. Deliberately. That word again. He stayed quiet for a long minute before adding, "There's moisture down here. Warm air. And something." The rest cut off in a burst of static. Marcus, do you copy? Caroline grabbed the rope instinctively, feeling for tension. "Still waited," she said. We waited another few seconds before his voice came back, muffled. "I'm coming up." When he reached the lip, his face was pale under the frost. He swung one of the missing climber's packs onto the snow beside him. It was sitting on an ice ledge, perfectly placed, like someone meant for it to be found. He opened the flap. Inside a logbook, a coil of rope, 2 thermoses, and a laminated topo map. Everything dry preserved. Drew looked over his shoulder. "They packed this after the collapse. Doesn't add up," Marcus muttered. He flipped the logbook open. The last entry was dated 2 days before the collapse. The handwriting was neat, precise bridge integrity compromised. "Moving gear to safer ledge. We'll recheck tomorrow." That was it. No further entries. We all stared at the page for a moment. Then Caroline asked quietly, "Do you think they're still down there?" Marcus shook his head. "No chance. Too deep." He was probably right. Still, something about the neatness of it all, the coiled ropes, the warm ice, the packed bag, didn't sit right. It felt staged, as though the mountain itself had tidied up. We packed the recovered gear and began moving again. The plan was to reach Sherman by mid-afternoon, meet the incoming team, and file our report. The sun climbed higher. Every reflective surface blazed white. I could feel the melt even through my boots. Subtle softness that told me the glacier was liquefying from within. The occasional hollow thump echoed far below, where meltwater carved new tunnels. Around noon, Drew stopped suddenly. "Look at that." He pointed toward the slope ahead. A faint line, thin, dark, ran diagonally across the snow. Not a shadow, a crack. "New fissure," Marcus said. "Racing 2, stay wide." We detoured upslope, giving it distance. But as we crossed, I noticed something strange, warm vapor curling out of the crack, same as at the bridge site. The smell again, metallic, almost bloody. I took a quick surface reading. 35.5 EF. "Impossible," Caroline whispered. "It should be freezing solid." We hurried past. No one spoke for the next half hour. By 100, the slope began to flatten. The terrain looked deceptively gentle, but the melt had turned it into a minefield. Every so often, the snow sighed beneath our boots. That's the thing about ice. It sounds alive when it's about to fail. Marcus called a break. We unclipped and rested near a small rock outcrop. I dropped to one knee, checked my harness. My hands were trembling. Fatigue or nerves, hard to tell. Once we're down another 1,000 feet, "We're clear," Marcus said. "Just stay sharp until then." Caroline nodded, but her eyes kept drifting uphill toward the fracture line we'd left behind. "It's spreading," she murmured. She wasn't wrong. From here, you could see faint spiderweb lines branching outward, hairline cracks shimmering in the sun. They moved slow, almost invisible, until they didn't. We started down again, fast but controlled. The sound of our axes and crampons blended into a steady rhythm. The mountain seemed to hum back, a low, constant tone deep underfoot. Half an hour later, the radio crackled. "HQ again. Recovery team delayed. Weather front forming from the southwest. Advise immediate descent." Marcus swore softly. "Copy. Moving as fast as we can." The wind picked up without warning. Fine ice pellets stung exposed skin. Clouds gathered like bruises across the summit. We tightened our hoods, leaned into the slope. The sky dimmed from white to gray to an almost greenish tint. That's when the rumble came. Deep, rolling. Not thunder, but the sound of ice shearing apart. "Run out zone!" Marcus shouted. Move now? We sprinted diagonally downslope, every instinct screaming. The glacier behind us roared, a sound like tearing fabric magnified through miles of air. I didn't dare look back. When it hit, the vibration knocked me sideways. A plume of snow surged upward, a wave of air strong enough to shove us down to our knees. We covered our heads, axes dug in. Then silence, heavy and absolute. I looked up. The slope behind us was gone. In its place, a jagged scar running hundreds of feet wide. The entire upper section of the ridge had collapsed. The same section where we'd been standing the day before. Marcus's breathing rasped through the radio. Everyone okay? Caroline? Yes. Drew? Still here? Me. All good. We stood there a long moment, staring at what used to be the road. It looked like a clean incision. The glacier split open to its heart. Steam rose from within, faint but steady. We need to move, Marcus said finally. We descended the rest of the way in near silence. Each step felt like borrowed time. The mountain groaned and shifted above us, reshaping itself faster than we could process. When we reached Camp Sherman, the recovery team was already setting up. 2 rangers approached, faces drawn. One of them, a man named Everett, who'd trained me years ago, gave a slow shake of his head. Hell of a climb. Brennan, he said quietly. We saw the collapse from base. Thought we'd lost you. Almost did, I said. He gestured toward the recovered pack. That from the missing pair. Yeah? Found it on a ledge below the collapse zone. No remains. He frowned. No sign at all. None. He exhaled through his nose weary. Rainier keeps her own records. I guess. We logged our data, handed off the gear, and sat in the mess tent drinking instant coffee that tasted like burnt plastic. The radio reports trickled in all afternoon. Temperature spikes across multiple crevassy zones. Small collapses forming north and east of the ridge. The mountain was moving faster than anyone could explain. By evening, the storm front rolled in fully, burying everything in white. The recovery team aborted their second ascent before sunset. There was nothing left to find anyway. When night came, I stepped outside the tent. The wind had eased, snow falling in slow spirals under my headlamp beam. The ridge above was gone, erased clean. Only the faint glow of the glacier remained, a smooth, shifting skin that breathed faint vapor into the dark. Marcus joined me after a minute, cup of coffee steaming in his glove. You ever think the mountain wants to cover its own tracks? He said quietly. I looked up at the slope where we'd stood less than 24 hours ago. I think it just does what it's always done. We're the ones who keep forgetting. He nodded, then turned back toward the tents. I stayed a while longer, listening. Far away, somewhere deep under the ice, came a sound like distant thunder, soft, continuous, almost human in its rhythm. By morning, the ridge had reshaped again. No sign of the collapse, no sign of the ledge, no hint of the crevasse. The mountain had sealed itself. When we hiked out later that day, I glanced back one last time. The surface looked smooth and unbroken, untouched by anything that had happened. But I knew better. Somewhere beneath that perfect white, the bridge still existed. Inverted now, entombed in the glacier's slow heartbeat. And maybe, years from now, when the ice shifts again, someone else will find 2 coils of rope waiting there, neat and patient, exactly as we had. Because up here, the mountain doesn't erase mistakes. It just buries them until it's ready to show them again. My name is Ben Harker, 30, 8 years old, volunteer with Pima County Search and Rescue, based out of Tucson, Arizona. I've worked this desert long enough to know what kills people out here, and it isn't always thirst. Sometimes it's direction. Sometimes it's belief. You start believing you see the way out, and that belief walks you in circles until the sun finishes the job. On the morning of June 12th, the call came in about a missing hiker near Coyote Pass. Mid-30s male, name Eli Turner. His sister reported him overdue by 24 hours. She said he'd texted from the ridge the previous afternoon, saying he was turning back. That was the last anyone heard. When I checked the temperature logs for the day, 112 degrees by noon, it wasn't promising. By 6 a.m., our small team rolled out from the Catalina Highway trailhead. I was partnered with Maya Torres, one of the newer SAR recruits, sharp and steady. We were assigned the lower wash leading up toward Coyote Pass, an area known for false trails and rock spurs that looked like switchbacks on satellite view. The plan was simple. Follow the drainage until it opened into the saddle, check for sign, call it in. The air that early still held some mercy. You could smell creosote and dust cooling under shade. We started at a moderate pace, tracking boot prints that matched the missing man's tread pattern from photos. Salomon trail shoes, size 10. The prints wandered but stayed mostly centered in the wash. He'd been moving fast. Too fast for heat like that. By mile 2, the ground began shifting from gravel to baked sand. The wash widened and shimmered. The ridges ahead looked closer than they were. A trick of the desert, always flattening depth until distance bites you. Maya adjusted her bandana, muttering, "Feels like we're walking in place." I checked my GPS. It still read 2.3 miles from the trailhead. I assumed she meant the heat haze. We found his first marker half an hour later. An arrow scratched into the sand with a stick, pointing north. Next to it, a water bottle, completely full. That was wrong. Lost hikers always ration wrong, they empty too soon. Finding full bottles usually means they thought they'd circle back for them, or that they never got the chance. I noted the coordinates and radioed base. Static came back, thick as bees. I repeated the message twice before catching a crackled copy. The comms tower on the far ridge sometimes dropped signal. I didn't think much of it. We continued north, following the arrow's direction until the wash forked. Another arrow waited, this one pointing south. The same stick gouge, same angle, same shape. I frowned. Maybe he doubled back, I said. Maya knelt beside it, brushing sand from the edge. They look identical, like he traced them. We followed the south arrow, figuring he might have realized his mistake and tried to return to the main trail. For another mile, we walked under the rising sun until the heat pressed through my shirt like a wet hand. The GPS read 3.1 miles. When I looked back, our footprints behind us shimmered in the glare, fading fast. Desert sand erases memory better than snow ever could. At 9 a.m., we found another arrow, again north, again his style. It pointed back the way we'd just come. Maya shot me a look. "You think he was delirious?" "Probably," I said. Heat confusion can mess you up bad. We broke for water under the lee of a mesquite. Sweat soaked the brim of my hat. The desert buzzed with cicadas, that electric hum that fills every empty second. I marked the GPS coordinate again, 3.2 miles, and realized the device still read the same elevation as our last point. We hadn't climbed at all. The wash should have been rising. I gave it a tap, the signal flickered, then stabilized. Old model, nothing unusual. We resumed north, trying to link the loop. By then the sun had turned brutal, a white coin hammering the landscape flat. The light made it impossible to read texture. Every rock looked like a skull, every mirage like a pool. I checked the GPS again out of habit. It said 3.2 miles, same as before. Ben, Maya said quietly. We've been walking an hour. Yeah. Then why are we still at mile 3.2? I didn't answer. I set a marker flag, a strip of orange tape on a creosote branch, and told her to keep walking. 10 minutes later, we saw another orange flag ahead. Same height, same knot. My heart did a slow turn. I walked up, tugged it. My own handwriting in Sharpie, BH1. That's impossible, she said. I looked at the compass instead of the GPS. The needle spun, then steadied south. Let's head west, I said, trying to sound firm. The canyon rims that way. We turned left and climbed over a small ridge of quartz rock. The footing was sharp, flakes crunching like glass. Beyond it, the wash continued. Same width, same bend, same scattered ocotillo. The only difference was a new arrow drawn in sand ahead of us, pointing east this time. Next to it, another full water bottle. Same brand, same scuff on the cap. Maya crouched and whispered, "He's been here." Or we have? I said before I could stop myself. She stared. I forced a laugh to diffuse it. We're looping by accident. The terrain just mirrors itself. Then where's our boot prints? They were gone. Wind had smoothed the surface clean. I checked the time. 10:07 a.m. The air vibrated with heat. I felt it rising from the sand like breath from an open mouth. We walked again, slower. Conversation dried up. Every 100 yards I checked GPS, compass, phone. All three gave different bearings. When I tried to radio base again, I got a long, low hiss that resolved into my own voice repeating copy. Back at me. I clicked the handset off. Probably feedback from earlier transmissions bouncing off the ridges. Still, I pocketed it instead of clipping it back to my vest. By noon, shadows disappeared. I could feel my pulse in my eyes. Maya was pale under her sunscreen, lips cracked white. We'd each used half our water already. The desert felt bigger than it had any right to. Somewhere out there, a man had walked this same maze and never come back. We found his pack at 12:40 p.m. lying against a rock face like it had been placed there. Inside, 2 energy bars, first aid kit, MAP 3 sealed bottles, all full. His phone was dead. No sign of struggle, no drag marks. Just the pack and, drawn in dust beside it, another arrow. This one pointed both directions, north and south, double-headed. I knelt, staring at it until the line swam. He got lost between them, I said. Didn't trust either way. Maya wiped her face with a trembling hand. So which way do we go? I tried to think, but the air tasted metallic, like the moment before lightning. I set my compass on the ground. The needle lay still, finally, but when I rotated it, it refused to swing. We stay put, I said. Wait for the next check-in. They'll send a drone sweep. She nodded, but her eyes kept flicking around the wash, as if everything was slowly rearranging itself behind my back. I could almost feel it too. The way light bends over heat, the way a mirage breathes. I reminded myself we were in a known canyon, mapped, logged, rational. But reason thins under 110 degrees. At 1:10 p.m., I heard footsteps. Not Maya's. These came from the ridge above, a slow crunch of gravel descending. I stood, scanning the slope. A man appeared 30 yards away, wearing a light-colored shirt and sunglasses. He waved. Relief hit hard and immediate. Search and rescue, I shouted. He didn't answer. Just raised his arm again, slow, the wave turning into a point. Downhill. To the north arrow. Maya called out, "Sir, stay where you are!" Her voice echoed thinly. I blinked against the glare. When my eyes refocused, he was gone. We climbed halfway up the ridge, but there were no prints, no shadow under the ledge. Heat hallucination, I told myself. Happens to seasoned hikers. Happens to rangers. Happens to me, apparently. We rested again under the ridge until the air cooled by a degree or two. My GPS now said 1.1 miles. We hadn't moved. I toggled it off and on. The reading stayed. "Ben," Maya said, voice hoarse. "We're not going to find him." I didn't answer. Somewhere behind us, wind whispered through Ocotillo's spines like distant speech. I took out one of Eli's full bottles and cracked the seal. Warm water, plastic tasting, but real. I drank half, capped it, left it on the rock. Part of me hoped someone else might find it later. Proof we were real. By late afternoon, the light started changing color. Orange creeping into white, as if the desert had remembered evening existed. I could finally see the faint line of Coyote, past proper the notch between two ridges. Relief again, fleeting but strong. We'd just been missiled by bad bearings, I told myself. That's all. We walked toward the notch, pace quickening despite exhaustion. Every step stirred fine dust that clung to my boots. The GPS finally climbed it, 3.6 miles. Good. I laughed out loud, the sound breaking dry. Maya smiled weakly. Told you it was there. We reached the pass at 6 p.m., sun dipping low. Wind funneled through, carrying the smell of iron and sage. I checked the ground for prints, found several overlapping sets. Our own, crisscrossed with others. My throat tightened. The pattern was wrong, prints leading both ways, looping tight circles, overlapping until direction meant nothing. In the middle of the mess lay a single boot, torn at the seam. Maya whispered, "Ali." The radio hissed again. A voice came through. Mine. "Kopi." The ridge answered with a dry echo, repeating the word until it thinned into air. The light dropped fast after 6. The Catalina Mountains have that trick, the sun off like a switch. 1 minute the sandstone glows, the next it's iron gray, shadows folding into each other. Maya set a glow stick by the boot we'd found, the faint green halo shaking in the wind. The air smelled sharper now, like stone cooling too quickly. I radioed again, forcing calm into my voice. "Base, this is Team B. Visual on possible subject item at Coyote Pass. Requesting coordinate confirmation. Static." Then, faintly, "You copy." Same pitch. Same cadence. My voice again. I stared at the handset like it had bitten me. Maya said softly, "It's just feedback." I nodded, pretending to agree. Feedback. I repeated even though the radio was on simplex mode. No repeater, no loop. We left the boot in place and marked it with tape. Beyond the pass, the trail dipped toward the dry basin. I remembered from maps that a seasonal creek cut through the center, barely a scar in summer. If Eli Turner had made it this far, he might have followed the wash hoping for shade. It made sense, so we followed too. The descent was rougher. The ground slanted with loose scree, each step sliding half back. The wind hissed through cactus spines, carrying that low, unbroken hum again. It wasn't sound exactly, more like pressure on the eardrum, a mirage of hearing. I'd logged phenomena like that before during high heat searches, disorientation, tinnitus, minor auditory hallucinations. But usually they faded when the sun did. This one didn't. When we hit the basin floor, I could see the ghost of old tire ruts from ranchers who used to drive cattle out here decades ago. The earth was brittle, cracked wide enough to swallow a boot sole. We kept to the edge. Maya checked her GPS and frowned. Still reads 3 miles.
Dad?
Ignore it. Just orient by the ridge. Except the ridge didn't look right anymore. The silhouette behind us seemed doubled. 2 ridges where there should have been 1, like a mirror tilt. The second ridge was darker, no sky between them. I kept us moving anyway. The desert gets you when you stop to make sense of it. Movement buys clarity, or at least the illusion of it. We found another arrow, scratched into the crust near the basin center. Both ends this time were broken, like someone had dragged a boot heel through them. Next to it sat another bottle, full again. Maya crouched, touching it. Same scuff mark. Yeah, that means we've been here before. Her tone wasn't accusing, just hollow. I scanned the horizon. There were our own tracks behind us, leading in from the pass. A clean trail of 2 sets of prints. But about 30 yards back they forked, one set veering left where we hadn't walked. I couldn't say whose they were. Same size, same tread. Maya, I said quietly. How many people on our team left base this morning? Just us. You're sure? I watched the others head east. The wind gusted then, flattening her words. I tightened my grip on the radio. Base, this is Team B. Anyone else deployed in the Coyote sector? I waited. Only that same breathless static, faintly shaped like my own voice. The sun slipped completely by 60-30. Twilight in the desert feels like falling through water. Slow and silent until suddenly it's night. We switched to headlamps. The light threw shadows that moved too easily on the rocks, sliding where they shouldn't. I told myself it was the beam angle. We decided to bivouac at the basin edge and wait for drone lights from base. I set the emergency beacon on a flat rock, blinking red every 2 seconds. That steady pulse usually calmed me. Tonight it looked like a heartbeat fading. We rationed what was left of our water. Maya was quiet, tracing patterns in the dust with her glove. Arrows again. I told her to stop wasting energy. She didn't answer. Her shoulders shook once. Laughter or fear, hard to tell. You ever feel? She said finally, like we're not walking across land but inside something. Like the trail's just skin. I didn't want to entertain it. Desert messes with depth. It's just perception. She smiled faintly. Then why's it always perception that kills people? Around 7:10 p.m., I saw movement near the far side of the basin. A flicker of light, like another headlamp. Relief hit me again, sharp and foolish. Signal, I said, standing. That's got to be the drone or another team. Maya scrambled up beside me. The light moved in a straight line toward us. Slow, steady, level with the ground. I flashed my lamp twice, the standard SAR pattern. The other beam flashed back, twice, then once more. Wrong code, Maya murmured. We waited. The wait kept coming, crossing maybe 50 yards of open basin. I lifted binoculars, but the heat shimmer still danced across my vision. The beam bobbed like someone walking, until it stopped dead. Maybe they saw our flare last night. I started to say, then realized we hadn't fired one. When I lowered the binoculars, the light was gone. The basin held still for a moment and then, one flash behind us, close. My whole body turned cold despite the heat. I spun the lamp around. Nothing but open sand and our tracks. Maya whispered, "It's reflecting." We turned our lamps down to the ground. Sure enough, The reflection stayed. Tiny circles of light on the surface, matching our movement. Like the sand was glass. I reached out my boot and scuffed it. The glow vanished, then reappeared 2 feet away. I heard my own voice again then, close enough to feel the air shift. "Copy," it said, soft and exact. The radio was still clipped to my vest, turned off. Maya's breath hitched. "That's you." "No," I said, though it was. We moved camp up slope, putting 50 yards between us and that basin floor. I told her to focus on practical steps, signal, position, hydration. It's what keeps panic from chewing through logic. But under that calm, something else was happening in me. Every survival instinct I'd built over years of searches whispered the same thing: leave. I checked GPS one more time before we settled. It showed 0.0 miles. Trailhead, I almost laughed. Maybe the device had hard reset from the heat. But when I opened the map view, the blue dot pulsed directly over the start point marker. The digital compass pointed north, and ahead of us, the ridge silhouette matched the one I'd seen this morning. Even the shape of the pass, those twin notches, was identical. "Maya," I said quietly, "look at this." She leaned close, squinting. "We're back at the start. According to this? Yeah. But we haven't climbed. We've been descending for hours." She looked over my shoulder toward the horizon. The orange glow was rising again, too bright for starlight. For a second I thought it was Tucson City light reflecting off clouds. But there were no clouds. Just that false dawn rising from the east, painting the same shadow lines we'd left at morning. I wanted to call it a mirage. The desert does that, turns time into loops. But this was precise, mechanical. Maya dropped her pack. "I don't think we ever left," she said. "Left what?" "The mile. The same mile." Her words landed heavy. I'd felt it too since mid-morning. The sense of walking, but not advancing, of the ground moving underfoot like a treadmill. I'd blamed heat, faulty GPS, exhaustion. Anything but the simple possibility that the place itself didn't let distance mean anything. I forced a slow breath. "Well, stay put till daylight. Once sun's up, we'll reorient by landmark." "Daylight," she repeated. "You sure it comes back?" It did, of course. It had to. The earth still turned whether or not we understood it. I clung to that. We took shifts through the night, if you could call it night. The sky never went fully dark, just dimmed to the color of cooled steel. Around 2 a.m., I heard crunching again, same steady rhythm as before. I woke Maya and pointed downslope. A figure was crossing the basin, slow, bent slightly forward, headlamp cutting the air. I called out before I could stop myself. "Lee Turner." "Search and rescue." The figure didn't react, just kept walking the perimeter of the basin, tracing the same oval path until it vanished behind a rise. Maya whispered, "If that was him, why didn't he answer?" "Heat psychosis," I said automatically. "He's not hearing us." We waited, listening. The wind dropped away, replaced by a deep, dry silence that felt less like quiet and more like pressure. Then the crunching returned, closer. Maya gripped my arm. "He's coming back." I raised the lamp again. The beam caught movement. Boots, faded shirt, pack. The man looked right at us. And for one sharp instant, I thought I saw my own face looking back. Then the light blinked out. We didn't move for a long time. My pulse hammered so hard I felt it in my teeth. When I finally checked the watch, it read 20:17 a.m. Same time it had read the last time I'd looked, before midnight. The second hand ticked, but the minute hand didn't move. Maya said what I'd been avoiding. "I think we're in it." "In what?" "The trap." She used the word like she'd always known it was there, waiting for us to understand. I didn't answer. Just stared at the empty basin, the faint arrow still visible in the sand, pointing both ways. The radio crackled softly. A voice, mine, said, going higher. "When you've spent enough time in the field, you learn that time itself breaks first, long before the body gives out, before water runs dry or light fades, your sense of sequence unravels. You can be standing in the same patch of dust, blinking, and the sun moves 1.5 inches on the horizon. Or doesn't. That's where Maya and I were, sometime after 2 a.m, that refused to turn into 3. The word, trap, kept echoing in my skull. She'd said it quietly, like something she'd remembered, not invented. I wanted to dismiss it, but the desert has rules even science can't audit. There are places where magnetics twist compasses, where mirage lines mimic depth so perfectly you can walk a full circle without feeling slope. I'd read reports. But this was cleaner. It didn't feel natural. It felt designed. We packed what little gear we had left and started back toward the ridge, hoping elevation would grant signal. The air was cool now, almost pleasant. The ground, though, still held heat, radiating up through my boots like something alive under the crust. Each step echoed longer than it should, like sound chasing itself between invisible walls. At one point, Maya asked, "What if the GPS is right?" Meaning, what if we are at the trailhead, just not the right version of it? I didn't answer. I kept my eyes forward. The glow to the east that had looked like false dawn earlier was still there, unmoving, caught between amber and red. It made the rock faces gleam like wet clay. My headlamp beam seemed weaker against it, as though my light wasn't real enough to compete. At the ridge top, we found our own flag tape fluttering in the still air. BH1, the same one I'd tied at mile 2 that morning. It was brittle now, baked and frayed, as if weeks had passed. Maya touched it and flinched. "It's warm." I pulled my hand back from the rock too. Warm wasn't the right word. It felt charged, like touching metal after a static shock. "Let's move," I said. We crested the pass again. Beyond it, the land spread out identical to the way we'd first seen it at sunrise, the wash snaking north, the same mesquite tree at the bend, same faint line of boot prints. Even the bottle we'd found earlier sat untouched, half buried by wind. Maya's voice cracked. "No," I said. "We must have misread terrain." "Parallax." She cut me off. "Ben, stop explaining it. Look." She pointed to the sand beside the bottle. A new arrow had been drawn. Fresh, the lines crisp. It pointed directly toward us. I felt something inside me tilt. A clean mechanical click like a compass locking. My instinct, the one I trusted more than any instrument, whispered to leave it alone, to turn and walk without looking back. But the rational part of me, the part that still believed in coordinates and rescue protocols, needed confirmation. I crouched. The arrow's line wasn't gouged deep like before. It was shallow, traced by a fingertip. The grains of sand trembled slightly, though there was no wind. Maya whispered, "He's still drawing them." The radio hissed again, sudden enough to make both of us flinch. This time it wasn't static. It was breath, steady and close, like someone leaning into the mic. Then, trailhead. "Copy." I pressed transmit. "Base, this is Harker. We read you Fent. Location. Copy. it said. Then again, softer, copy. Then silence. I toggled it off. That wasn't them. She looked at me. Then who? I didn't answer because I didn't want to say the thing that felt truest, that it had been a recording. And I didn't know who was playing it. We started walking again, faster now, following the ridgeline south in hopes of intersecting the highway. The light ahead pulsed brighter with each step, and soon the air began to shimmer, not with heat this time, but with a faint, colorless distortion. It was like walking through glass dust. Every movement carried its own afterimage. I could see my arm swinging half a second late, ghosting beside me. Maya's too. This isn't right, she said. I know. Our footprints behind us blurred and smoothed as soon as we made them. I tried marking a rock with chalk, but the line vanished when I looked away. The desert wasn't holding our presence anymore. We reached a low plateau around what should have been dawn, though the light hadn't changed. The GPS blinked out entirely. When it returned, the screen showed only one word, Aopi. Then it froze again. Maya sat down hard on the sand, breathing fast. I can't keep walking circles. We need to stop moving. Stopping felt worse than continuing. But exhaustion wins arguments the mind can't. We set our packs down and watched the horizon. For the first time in hours, the wind shifted east to west, brushing across our faces with a smell like burned metal. It carried faint whispers of movement, pebbles clicking, fabric rustling. I turned. Someone stood about 20 feet behind us. It was Eli Turner. Had to be. The clothes matched the photo from the case file. Gray shirt, tan shorts, the same REI pack slung off one shoulder. His skin looked sun-bleached, cracked at the lips, eyes hidden behind lenses. He said nothing. Eli, I called carefully. You're safe now. We're with search and rescue. No reaction. He tilted his head, studying us. Then he crouched and began tracing something in the sand with his finger. An arrow, pointing between us. Maya whispered, Ben. He looked up. And in that moment I saw that his sunglasses were empty. Just frames, glassless. Behind them, nothing but reflection. The basin and sky repeating inside. My throat went dry. Eli, we need to get you water. Follow my voice. He smiled faintly, then stood. Without turning, he started walking. Straight into the glare that never changed direction. Each step blended into mirage until he was gone, the sand sealing smooth behind him. Maya broke first. She ran after him, calling his name. I shouted for her to stop, but sound fell flat. Swallowed. When I reached the spot where she'd been, only her footprints remained, leading forward, then back, then crossing themselves until I couldn't tell which way she'd gone. I wanted to chase, but instinct whispered, stay still. I listened. For the first time that day, silence was complete. No wind, no insects, no hum. Just the faint electronic pulse of the beacon still blinking in my pack. I sat down. My watch still read 2:17 a.m. It took me a long time to realize I could hear footsteps again. Slow, deliberate, behind me. I turned expecting Maya. It wasn't her. It was me. Another me. Same pack, same sweat-stained shirt, walking my trail backward. Studying the ground with the same cautious steps I always took on search. When his eyes met mine, he lifted the radio to his mouth and said softly, Kopi. Then he vanished, like a reflection wiped clean. For a while I didn't move. The sun, or whatever passed for it, hung just below the horizon, refusing to rise. The desert stretched endless and blank, yet somehow smaller, compressed around me. I thought about Eli's full bottles, untouched. About the arrows pointing both ways. About how every decision that felt like progress might have been part of the loop itself. I took out my notebook, the waterproof right, in the rain pad we all carry, and began to write coordinates, timestamps, anything to prove sequence existed. But each time I looked back at the page, the numbers repeated, 32.403 and 110.735 IW, over and over, no matter what I wrote. At some point, exhaustion bled into a calm acceptance. You stop fighting the desert after a while. It doesn't care if you believe in it. I must have closed my eyes, because when I opened them again the light had changed. True morning now. Cool blue sky above, birds chirping somewhere. My body felt heavy, mouth dry as bone. I stood slowly, joints stiff. The world suddenly ordinary again. Behind me, 2 sets of footprints led from the ridge to where I stood. Ahead, the wash curved north toward the real Coyote Pass. No arrows, no bottles, no ghost of Eli. Just the desert as I'd always known it. Quiet, pitiless, real. I thumbed my radio on. Static, then a voice, Team B, do you read? Relief almost buckled me. Harker here. Ben, the dispatcher interrupted. We lost your signal 24 hours ago. You okay? I froze. 24 hours. Yeah. We sent another team out this morning. They're en route to your last ping near the trailhead. But I'm at Coyote Pass, I said. Standing in full sun. I can see the basin. There was a pause. Negative, Ben. Drone feed shows you at the parking lot. You haven't moved. I looked around. The desert swam a little in the heat, wavering, but only slightly, like any normal mirage. My boots were half buried in dust beside a faded information sign. Coyote Pass Trailhead, 0.0 mi. The same sign I'd touched that morning. I turned off the radio. The air was still, the sky perfect. I walked a few steps toward the trail, leaving fresh prints beside the old. Behind me, something whispered my name in my own voice. I didn't turn. I just kept walking, north or south, or whatever direction this place allowed, and tried not to count the steps. Because I know now what they'll find if they ever come looking. Full bottles, arrows in the sand, footprints that lead nowhere. A loop, a trap that looks exactly like a trailhead, and maybe another me, still calling copy into the wind. My name is Grace Donnelly. I've been a member of Clackamas County Search and Rescue for 6 years, and I've learned one thing about Mount Hood. It's never the same mountain twice. The snow, the wind, the fog, it all shifts faster than you can blink. That morning in late September, the summit was swallowed in gray before the sun even cleared the ridge. We were out looking for a 22-year-old named Ethan Miles. Last seen hiking up the timberline trail the previous afternoon. He'd left a voicemail for his girlfriend around 5, saying the weather looked bad, but he'd try to make it back to Timberline Lodge before dark. He never did. I arrived at the lodge just after 6:30 a.m., coffee still burning my tongue. As the first field teams gathered gear in the parking lot, the mountain looked like it was exhaling. Thick white fog pushing down through the tree line, hugging the slopes. The air smelled wet and mineral, rich, like granite dust. Our team lead, Mark Sheridan, went over the plan we'd move in 3 2-person teams, spread along the southeast section of the timberline trail where Ethan's phone last pinged. The weather report called for low visibility, but winds were calm, and it wasn't supposed to rain until late afternoon. I was paired with Tyler Nash, a quiet EMT who joined SARE 2 years ago. We'd worked together a few times before. He had a steady pace and the kind of calm that helped when things got tense. By 7:15, we were moving up from the lodge trailhead. Radios checked. GPS units logging, flag tape ready. The fog thickened fast. Within 100 feet, the world turned to milk. Pine silhouettes faded into smudges. Our boots sinking into damp soil and patches of late-season snow. We followed the lower switchbacks, calling out Ethan's name every 100 yards. The radio chatter was faint, crackling through static as the other teams fanned out higher up. Somewhere above, the mountain's timberline was marked by a change. You could feel before you saw the trees thinning. Trunks blackened by windburn. The air sharper. By 80:30, we reached the edge of the tree line. The fog had turned dense enough that we had to keep within arm's reach. Tyler walked point, compass clipped to his chest strap, while I marked our route on the GPS. We stopped often to listen. The silence wasn't full. It was pressed flat, like the fog was smothering the sound itself. Anything? Tyler asked when I paused again. Just water runoff, I said. Could be from the ridge melt. He nodded and shifted his pack. We moved on another half-mile, the trail fading into patches of scree. My boots crunched on pumice, each step hollow. I checked my watch, 9:12. Then I saw it, a flash of brown half buried in the silt. I crouched, brushed away a layer of grit, and froze. It was a hiking boot. Left foot. Medium size. The leather was damp but intact, trade-worn along the heel. A single lace was missing, the other tied tight. Tyler, I called quietly. He turned, crouched beside me, and frowned. That's not from our team. Brand looks like Morel. Could be his. We bagged it in a mesh evidence sack, marked the GPS point, and scanned the area. The fog shifted a little with the breeze, showing maybe 5 yards in every direction before swallowing the slope again. Could have come loose if he fell, I said. Yeah, Tyler murmured. Let's see if there's a track. We spread out a few meters apart, eyes on the ground. A faint trail of indentations led north along the slope, uphill. The prints were soft and distorted, just enough to tell direction, not size. I followed them slowly, radioing the find to Mark. The fog made everything surreal. My own breath fogged my glasses, and every sound felt too close. After about 20 paces, I saw another boot. Same make, same wear pattern. Also a left foot. It lay toe up on a patch of gravel, laces undone. Same foot, I said aloud without thinking. Tyler approached. You sure? I nodded. Both lefts. He frowned and crouched to inspect it. Could be someone else's. People lose gear up here all the time. 2 of the same foot, though. Could have been dropped by different people, he said, but his voice wasn't confident. I logged the coordinates and took photos with my phone. Mark's voice crackled through the radio, half lost in static. Copy that, Team 3. Fog's thickening higher up. Don't push past the tree line yet. Regroup in 20. Copy, I said. The line hissed, then cut. We stood there a moment, the fog coiling around our legs like steam. I couldn't see the ridge anymore. The trail behind us had dissolved into gray. Let's hold here, Tyler said, lowering his pack. He unwrapped a protein bar and handed me half. I chewed mechanically, my mind running through possibilities. Ethan's boot, maybe a second hiker's, maybe an old drop site from a past rescue. But the odds of 2 left boots within 50 meters. That stuck with me. We checked the area systematically, walking slow 10-meter sweeps. I kept one hand on the GPS and one on my compass. The needle jittered slightly, pulling east before settling. At 10:05, the radio hissed again, an open carrier tone, faint breathing under the static. I froze. Tyler turned mid-step. "You hear that?" I held up a hand. The sound was low but steady, a rhythmic inhale, exhale pattern. It wasn't wind. It wasn't interference. Someone was keyed into our channel, Mike pressed. "Base, this is Team 3. I said into my handset. "We're picking up an open carrier. Possible live transmission. Can you confirm any team transmitting right now?" No answer. Just the hiss. Then the breathing cut off. I switched channels, tried again. Nothing but static. "Could be another team near the ridge," Tyler said, though his eyes said otherwise. "Or a stuckmark," I said. "Signal reflection off the fog, maybe." But I'd heard it clearly. Close, human, right in the same air. We waited a minute, then packed up. Mark's voice finally came through, fragmented. "Visibility's dropping. Return. Lodge by 2. I glanced at Tyler. "That's 2 hours. We can at least circle back along our inbound line." He nodded. "Let's go." We turned south, back toward the lower timberline. The fog pressed thicker, turning the world featureless. I followed the breadcrumb trail on the GPS screen, watching our little blue line crawl back toward the start point. Each step sounded damp and distant. Somewhere behind us, a soft thump echoed, like a boot heel striking wet ground. I stopped. Tyler's head snapped around. "What was that?" "Could be echo," I said, though there was no terrain to bounce it from. We kept walking. The sound came again, closer, sensing with our steps, like an extra pair of boots, shadowing us just out of sight. I didn't mention it this time, and neither did he. By noon, we reached a small clearing where a downed tree formed a natural landmark. We'd passed it that morning. I checked my GPS. Our trail back should have intersected here, but the track line looped weirdly, like we'd circled a few hundred yards off course. "Signal drift," Tyler muttered. "Fog's messing with satellites." We decided to take a short break before pushing lower. I sat on the log, rubbing my calves, scanning the haze. Shapes appeared and vanished, tracks, nothing solid. "You know," I said after a while. "When I found the second boot, the fog shifted east. For a second, I thought I saw someone's pack. You didn't mention that." "I wasn't sure," I said. "Could have been nothing." He nodded slowly. "You ever get that feeling up here? Like the fog's watching?" "Always," I said. We sat in silence a bit longer, listening to the muffled drip of condensation from branches. The radio stayed quiet. When I finally stood, my knees stiff, I noticed our footprints in the soft soil. They curved down trail, and then another set joined them from the side, matching stride for stride. "Someone else's tracks," I said quickly, crouching to look. But something about them caught my eye. The left prints were deeper, right barely registered, like the person favored one leg. Tyler bent beside me. "Could be ours." Doubled back. We followed them a few yards. The pattern repeated, looping wide, merging again with our earlier route. The fog seemed brighter now. The light diffused like it was mid-afternoon. I checked my watch. Once in 14 p.m. We needed to start descending. The radio clicked again. 2 short bursts, then a single breath. Not a word, just that sound of someone too close to the mic. "Base, this is Team 3, I said. "Still receiving unverified transmission. Requesting confirmation." No answer. I turned down the volume, tucked the radio back. My hand was shaking slightly. We started downhill. I could tell Tyler was pushing pace. Less scanning, more getting out. The fog thinned for a few moments near a boulder field, then closed again like a door. That's when I realized the boot prints ahead of us weren't fresh. They were ours. Every line, every scuff mark. Even the way my tread dragged at the heel. I checked the GPS again. The line had folded back on itself. We weren't moving south at all. We were walking our own track backward. "Tyler," I said quietly. "Stop." He turned, breathing hard. I said, showing him the screen. "Same segment, maybe half a mile radius." He frowned, pulled out his own unit. "Same reading. Could be compass error," he said. I lifted mine. The needle trembled, spinning a few degrees off north, then holding steady on nowhere. He exhaled. "All right, let's stop here, recalibrate." We both kneeled, grounding compasses, trying to get a stable read. The fog muted everything, the world shrinking to just our breath and the ticking of my watch. That's when the radio flared again, clear this time. My own voice came through it. "Copy that, Team 3. Fog's thickening higher up. Don't push past the tree line yet. Regroup in 20. It was the same transmission from 3 hours ago, playing back perfectly. Same cadence, same tone. Tyler looked at me. I didn't move. The line went dead. For a long moment, neither of us said anything. Then I reached for the radio and switched it off completely. "We're heading down now," I said. My voice didn't sound like mine. He nodded. "Straight down. No side routes." We started walking again, slower this time, marking trees with tape every few yards. The fog followed like breath on glass. The ground underfoot felt softer, our prints smudging into nothing within seconds. Somewhere below us, a single boot print waited. Left foot. We didn't speak. The left boot sat at the edge of a small ravine, half buried in silt like it had been waiting for us. I recognized it immediately. It was the same kind of boot as the first two we'd found earlier that morning. Same make. Same tread wear on the heel. The difference was the position. This one was angled toe, down into the slope, as if whoever wore it had stepped there before vanishing forward. Tyler crouched first, examining it with the end of his trekking pole. "Still left foot," he said quietly. I nodded, my stomach tightening. "And not here when we came up?" "No," he said. "We crossed right through this draw." The fog pressed down again, thicker now, rolling like slow smoke. I marked the location on my GPS and tried the radio, even though I already knew what I'd get. Static and a hiss that felt alive in my ear. No new transmissions, no chatter from Mark or the other teams. The mountain had gone completely silent except for the soft trickle of runoff somewhere below. "Let's bag it and keep moving," I said, forcing the words out. Tyler hesitated, then nodded. He pulled out another mesh evidence sack and slid the boot inside. When he zipped it shut, I thought I heard the faintest sound of air, escaping like a sigh. Probably just pressure from the damp leather. We started down again, trying to follow the slope toward the south drainage, where the tree cover thickened. I wanted out of the open fog, under the trees. The air might be clearer. But within 20 minutes, I realized the terrain wasn't matching any of our maps. The GPS said we were descending east, but the ground under our boots pitched the wrong way. Even the wind, what little there was, came from a direction that made no sense. I stopped and pulled out my compass again. The needle spun halfway, then froze dead south. Tyler's compass did the same. He tapped his faceplate, frowned, then pocketed it again. Magnetic interference, he offered. Could be, I said, though I couldn't think of what would cause it up here. There's no major deposit of magnetite on hoods. Timberline, no radio tower. Nothing metallic enough to twist direction like that. The fog had a way of messing with time, too. I checked my watch. 2:46 p.m. But it felt closer to dusk. The light had shifted from bright white to a dull pewter, and everything around us carried the weight of late day. We pushed on, marking trees and rocks as we went. I started counting steps under my breath, a habit I'd picked up after too many searches where landmarks disappeared. 50 paces, pause. 50 more, check bearings. Each interval was slower than the last as visibility closed in tighter. At some point, Tyler said, "Grace, hold up." He was staring off to the right. Through the fog, I could just make out something pale against the slope. I moved closer, careful not to slip. When I reached it, I stopped dead. It was a set of prints. Boots, small ones, single file, leading uphill. The soil was soft enough to hold detail, and every one of them was left-footed. "Jesus," Tyler whispered. There must have been 15 or 20 prints, evenly spaced, each pressed deep into the ground. They climbed the hill for maybe 20 feet before fading into mist. "No drag marks," I said quietly. "No right step? Someone hopping." I looked at him. "All the way uphill." He didn't answer. We stood there a moment longer, and the air around us seemed to grow stiller, denser, like sound itself was being swallowed. I radioed in again. No response. The battery indicator showed half. Tyler's was lower. We switched to short bursts every 10 minutes, standard lost, team protocol. But nothing came through. We followed the 1-foot trail a short distance, partly because I couldn't not. I needed to understand it. Some kind of optical illusion, maybe an overlapping track. But the prints were sharp and separate, fresh enough that bits of gravel still clung to the edges. The higher we climbed, the colder the air grew. My fingers went numb even through gloves. Somewhere ahead, a soft clatter echoed, like a rock dislodging. I raised a hand for Tyler to stop. "Ethan," I called out. My voice vanished almost immediately into the fog. "Ethan Miles, this is search and rescue. Can you hear me?" Silence. Then, faintly, the sound of movement. Slow, careful, downhill this time. We turned toward it, flashlights cutting into the gray. Shadows moved in the mist. Too fluid to be solid. I caught a glimpse of something dark sliding between trees, but distance and fog warped everything. We waited another minute. The sound stopped. "I don't like this," Tyler muttered. "Me neither. But we're not far from the last GPS ping. We should at least check." He exhaled through his nose. "All right." 10 minutes, then we turned back. We moved again, uphill toward the sound. My pulse was loud in my ears, matching the faint crunch of our steps. The ground leveled out near a stand of subalpine firs, spindly things clinging to the slope like nervous sentries. Beneath one of them, the fog pooled thickest, as though drawn to a single point. And there, half buried in snowmelt and ash, was another boot. Left foot. This one was different. It looked newer, like it hadn't weathered as long. The fabric still held its shape. The inside was dark, soaked through, and the smell of wet leather was sharp in the air. I crouched, touching the heel lightly. It was warm. Tyler saw my face and froze. "What?" "Heat. It's warm." "From what?" "Sun's gone." I didn't answer. I set it back down and took a photo. The flash illuminated the fog in a brief, white bloom, then died away. We didn't linger. I marked the spot, tagged the coordinates, and started back downhill. My sense of direction was slipping. Each turn felt like another version of the same slope. The fog followed us, thick as cloth. At 30:30, my radio crackled suddenly to life. A burst of static, then a voice, mine again. Copy that, Team 3. Fog's thickening higher up. Regroup in 20, same line, same tone. Tyler stopped mid-step. It's recording your voice somehow. It can't, I said. Analog unit, no playback function. We stood there, listening to it fade. Then another sound joined, the steady, faint rhythm of breathing again. Not mechanical, not wind. Human. Bass. This is Team 3, I said into the mic, my voice shaking despite me. If anyone's receiving, we need a location check. Do you copy? Nothing. The breathing continued for 3 long seconds, then stopped abruptly, leaving only static. Tyler turned off his radio without a word. The fog thickened so much we could barely see our boots. The slope angled sharply, and we had to step down loose gravel. I focused on the rhythm of movement. Heel, toe, plant balance. The air was damp enough to taste, metallic and cold. Eventually, we hit a stretch of terrain that should have led back toward the timberline. I recognized a fallen fir trunk we'd passed hours earlier. Same snapped branches, same moss patterns. Relief cut through my chest. There, I said. We're back on our line. We followed it downhill for 10 minutes before something started nagging at me. The slope was wrong again. Steeper, curving left instead of right. And the footprints ahead. They weren't leading downhill anymore. They were leading up into us. Tyler saw it at the same time I did. Wet, I knelt, tracing one print with my glove. My tread pattern. Identical. The left heel even had the same worn chip on the edge. They're ours, I said. We'd been following our own trail, but reversed. Our descending prints had merged into ascending ones, looping back toward where we'd come from. Maybe GPS drift, Tyler said again, though his voice had gone flat. We must have doubled over without realizing. 3 times now. He didn't answer. I checked my GPS. The map showed a spiral pattern, our track folding tighter and tighter in on itself. The battery icon blinked red. Grace, Tyler said suddenly. Look at this. He was pointing at the ground beside the prints. There, faint but visible, were smaller indentations running parallel to ours. Half prints, shallow, and every one of them left-footed. They followed our steps exactly. We didn't speak after that. We just kept moving slower now, checking bearings every few minutes. By 14:15, light had faded to the color of pewter. The fog no longer looked white. It looked gray-blue, like the inside of smoke. My breath felt too loud. We needed to reach the tree line before dark or call in shelter coordinates. Then the radio came alive again, loud enough to make both of us jump. A voice I didn't recognize spoke through static. Low, strained, almost whispering. Don't look back. I froze. The words were clear, not distorted, spoken on our frequency. Tyler turned slowly, his eyes wide. Who was that? I swallowed. Base, this is Team 3. Repeat transmission, please identify. Silence. Then faintly, the same breathing again. Grace, Tyler said quietly. We should keep moving. I nodded, forcing my body to move. I didn't look back. We descended another half-mile before fog started to thin. Not lift, just lighten. The trees came into focus, their trunks slick with condensation. Relief washed through me at the sight of bark and shadow. Almost there, I said. We'll make camp at the lower spur if we have to. Tyler didn't answer. When I turned, he was looking past me, eyes unfocused. What is it? He blinked slowly, like coming out of a trance. I thought I saw someone standing behind you. He pointed uphill into the fog. I turned, shining my light. Nothing but white. Gone now, he said softly. We didn't speak again until the ground leveled. The fog was thinner here, enough to see 10 yards ahead. My GPS finally showed a straight line trending south again. The relief was physical. I could feel the tightness leaving my shoulders. Then I noticed something on the screen, a waypoint. Icon marked automatically. Time-stamped 4:42 p.m., less than a minute ago. It read, "Found." I hadn't logged it. Neither had Tyler. He leaned over my shoulder, reading it. You didn't? No. The waypoint sat exactly where we were standing. I looked around. The fog had quieted again, soundless except for the faint rasp of our breathing. Our footprints behind us were already fading into the soft earth, erased by moisture. Ahead, the slope vanished into gray. Grace, Tyler said softly. Let's keep moving. We did. But the GPS waypoint followed us. Its position updating, always the same distance behind. The waypoint shadowed us for almost a mile, tracking in perfect sync. I watched the screen as we descended, our blue trail line crawling forward while the "found" marker drifted after it, never closing, never falling back. At some point I stopped checking, because each glance felt like inviting something in. By 5:30, light was bleeding out fast. The fog took on that strange twilight quality. Flat, silver, no horizon. It wasn't getting darker so much as deeper. We both knew what that meant once full dark hit. Our visibility would drop to nothing. There'd be no moon, no stars, no visual anchor. Just white noise and reflection. We'd agreed earlier to bivouac if night came before we reached the lower timber line. But the thought of stopping now, setting camp in this, made something in me seize up. Tyler must have felt it too. He checked his map again. Even though the screen was streaked with condensation, "We're close," he said. "If we keep due south, maybe another 40 minutes. Then we get a signal," I said. Yeah, we didn't say what else we both meant. If the fog didn't turn us around again. I started marking trees every 50 yards with red tape. My gloves slick from condensation. The habit gave my hands purpose. The forest was changing subtly as we descended. Branches lower, moss thicker, trunks wider. But every clearing looked like the last. At 6:05 the radio crackled once, no words. Just a sharp intake of breath. Then my own voice again. "Grace, hold up." That line had been Tyler's, not mine, but the voice was unmistakably mine. I turned off the radio entirely and shoved it into my chest pocket. The sound still seemed to hum faintly in my skull, like an echo that wouldn't quit. Tyler looked pale in the dim light. "We need to pick up speed," he said. We started moving faster. My knees ached from the slope, and fog pooled low around our boots. I counted steps again. 1, 2, 3, something to fight the sense of drifting. The compass needle still wandered, pausing now and then as if thinking. Around 60-40. We broke through a line of firs into open ground. For a moment I thought it was clearing, but it was just the fog thinning enough to show distance. The slope fell away into a shallow basin scattered with glacial rock. And right at the edge, half covered in grit, lay another boot. Left foot. Tyler didn't even kneel this time. He just stood staring at it. "We didn't pass this before," he said. "No. It's newer. cleaner. I nodded, though I didn't want to look closely enough to confirm it. The radio in my pocket popped once, muffled by the fabric. I didn't take it out. "We keep moving," I said. Agreed. We skirted around the basin, boots slipping on gravel. The air smelled faintly like iron. Blood, or maybe wet metal. I tried not to breathe too deeply. A few minutes later, the ground leveled, and a faint orange glow flickered through the fog ahead. For a moment, I thought it was the sun breaking through, but the light was too low, too localized. Tyler pointed. "Campfire. Could be one of the upper teams." He exhaled relief. Finally, we headed toward it. Voices low. The glow grew stronger, warm through the haze. I started to make out the shape of a small clearing, a cluster of rocks, and the faint outline of gear. My chest unclenched until I recognized the arrangement. A backpack. 2 trekking poles stuck upright in the dirt, and beside them a single boot, left foot turned toward the fire. Tyler slowed. "Grace," he said softly, "that's our fire pit." I stopped dead. He was right. The stones were the same. Even the half-burned branch we'd used as kindling during a drill last month. Except there was no fire when we left it. The fog shifted, and the orange light dimmed, like a reflection fading. Within seconds, there was nothing, just wet ash and cold ground. We both stood silent, every instinct screaming that something wasn't right, but not knowing what was right anymore. Then the radio in my pocket clicked again. A voice spoke, very softly. "Stop following." I felt every muscle in my body lock. The voice wasn't mine this time. It wasn't Tyler's either. Female, low, maybe my age. I pulled the radio out slowly. The light was off. It wasn't even powered. Tyler's gaze followed it. "Grace." Before he could finish, the fog thickened again, rolling over us like a tide. The clearing vanished. We moved without speaking, instinct carrying us downhill. The slope steepened, the soil turned muddy under our boots. The GPS was long dead. My phone had 0 bars. Even my watch face had fogged over. Somewhere below, the faint gurgle of water echoed. Maybe a melt stream. I focused on that, the one real sound left, and used it to orient our descent. Minutes stretched, maybe hours. Hard to tell anymore. Then the ground leveled again, and we stepped into a place that stopped me cold. It was another clearing, but I recognized it instantly. The fallen fir trunk, the small ravine, even the exposed roots. We'd been here before. It was where we'd found the 3rd boot. Except now, there were 3 of them. All left feet, lined up neatly beside each other at the edge of the ravine. Tyler's breath hitched. "Someone's screwing with us," he whispered. I wanted to believe that. Wanted it badly. But the boots were exactly as we'd bagged them earlier. Same dirt smears, same missing laces. Only the evidence tags were gone. "One need to go," I said. We skirted wide around the clearing and re-entered the trees. Every step forward felt like pulling against current. My legs were trembling from fatigue, and every few paces I'd hear another crunch just behind us, out of sync with our rhythm. At 7:30, full dark fell. The fog didn't brighten like usual when headlamps hit it. It absorbed the light instead, making tunnels of visibility no wider than arm's reach. I adjusted my beam, called over my shoulder, "Tyler, stay close." No answer. I turned, heart lurching. He was gone. "Tyler." My voice bounced once, swallowed by fog. I moved in widening circles, calling his name. Nothing. Only the hiss of moisture on leaves. I tried the radio again out of instinct. Static then. "Grace." His voice faint but clear. Tyler, where are you? Don't move. Where are you? No response. I spun in place, trying to find any sound beyond the static. Then, from the fog ahead, I saw a shadow. Vague human shape, standing still about 10 yards away. Tyler. The shape didn't move. I took one slow step forward. My beam flickered over fog, hit nothing solid. The shape vanished. My pulse was hammering so loud I could barely think. I forced myself to breathe, to stay calm. The training kicked in. Anchor yourself to something real. Touch the ground, find north, trust process. I knelt, pressing my glove to the soil. The earth under my hand was warm. I jerked back, heart in my throat. When I looked up again, there were footprints leading toward me through the fog. Deep, fresh, still glistening from moisture. All left feet. I started moving. I don't even remember deciding to. I just knew I had to get downhill. I followed the faint pitch of the slope, my beam swinging wildly through the trees. Branches brushed my shoulders. My breathing turned ragged, echoing loud in my hood. Every few seconds I'd glance down, making sure the prints ahead were still mine, still paired. They were. Until they weren't. At some point, I noticed the pattern shift. The right prints fading, the left deepening. Then the trail ahead split. One set of left prints veering off into the fog, my own continuing forward. I kept straight. By 80-15, the fog began to break in thin wisps. The air smelled different, damp pine and gasoline. Then a faint orange light appeared ahead. Real light this time. Timberline Lodge. I stumbled the last 100 yards, boots slipping on gravel. When the parking lot came into view, I nearly fell to my knees. A rescue truck was idling near the entrance, headlights cutting through mist. Mark was there, leaning against the hood, radio in hand. He looked up as I approached, eyes wide. "Grace, where the hell have you been? You missed every check-in. We've been trying to reach you for hours." I asked, voice hoarse. "We left at 7. What time is it?" He checked his watch. 11:30. I stared at him. My watch had stopped at 18:17. "Where's Tyler?" he asked. I turned, expecting him to be right behind me. The fog beyond the lot was dense again, silver in the truck lights. No movement. He was with me, I said slowly. All the way down, Mark's expression tightened. We only picked up one beacon. I looked at my GPS. The screen was dead, but a faint image still burned through. The same waypoint from before. Found. They launched another team before dawn. I stayed by the radios, wrapped in a blanket, listening for Tyler's signal. Nothing came through. When the fog finally cleared around noon, they found my red trail tape scattered across half a mile of timberline. Every strip was tied at perfect intervals, all left sides of trees. They didn't find Tyler's body that day. They still haven't. I've gone back to Mount Hood twice since then. Once for a memorial, once on a separate search. I don't go near that slope anymore. But sometimes, when the fog rolls down the ridge, my radio picks up breathing. And every time, I answer anyway. My name is Chase Durand. I've volunteered with Taos County Search and Rescue for 3 years, mostly weekend calls. Lost hikers, overdue climbers, the usual. I'm not law enforcement or military. I just know these mountains and hate the idea of someone spending a night out here alone. When the dispatch text came in just after dawn, missing Solowaist, Wheeler Peak Trailhead, last seen yesterday afternoon. I threw my gear in the truck and started north before the coffee finished dripping. The air was clear over Taos Ski Valley, bright and cold enough that breath turned silver. Late September. The aspens below treeline were just tipping gold, and the first dusting of snow lingered in the switchbacks. It was the kind of day that lures people too high, too late. At the command post, a gravel lot beside the trailhead, 2 deputies leaned over a topo map laid across the tailgate of a green Tacoma. They briefed me name: Ryan McCleary, 34. Experienced but hiking alone. Planned to summit and be back by dark. Never checked in. His car, a silver Forester, still parked right over there by the tree line. Windows up, a border collie barking horse inside. I signed the volunteer log, checked my radio, and clipped the GPS unit to my vest. You'll take the lower basin loop, the deputy said. Stay under 12,000 feet until we verify weather. His last known call pinged around here. He circled a zone on the map with a blunt pencil, the graphite tearing the paper. I nodded, shouldered my pack, and started up the trail. The climb out of the parking area was steady. Switchbacks cut into fir and spruce. The forest still smelled wet from last night's rain. My altimeter read 9,800 feet at the trailhead, consistent with the topo. I checked again after 20 minutes. 10,300. Good gain, normal pace. The radio hissed occasional check-ins from other teams, their voices fading into static behind ridgelines. By mid-morning, I passed the first clearing, where the view opened south toward Taos. The sun felt stronger up here, sharper. I stopped for water, unwrapped a bar, and took out the map. The contour lines made sense. The terrain matched what I saw, the drainage, the rise ahead. Everything ordinary until the altimeter flickered. 10,540, 10,6080, 10,900. It kept climbing 3 feet a second, though I hadn't moved. I tapped the Bazil. Sometimes the pressure sensor sticks. When I glanced again, it jumped backward. 10,300. I exhaled, shrugged, and chalked it up to mountain weather. The missing man's dog barked faintly even from here. Sound travels strange through spruce. I told myself it was the echo bouncing off the canyon walls. Around noon, I reached a junction where the main trail split toward the lake. The footprints in the mud were mostly old, softened by rain, except for a single set of boot prints heading uphill. Deep heel strikes, big stride. Could have been Ryan's. I radioed it in. Possible track heading northeast past junction. The dispatcher acknowledged, voice flat with static. I followed the prints for another mile. The air thinned, wind picking up needles from the branches overhead. That's when I noticed the forest changing. The spruce trunks seemed closer together, their bases crowding the trail until the path narrowed to half its width. It wasn't overgrowth. These trees were mature, thick with resin scars, as if the forest had closed ranks overnight. The GPS still said I was on the trail, but the altimeter showed 11,900 and climbing. Impossible. I hadn't hit the alpine zone yet. The tree line here tops out around 11,500. I should have been seeing open tundra, not thicker forest. I slowed, scanning for landmarks. Rock outcrops, the bed of the drainage. But nothing matched the map. The slope faced the wrong direction. Shadows fell where they shouldn't. I checked my compass. The needle swung north, then east, then quivered dead center as if caught between magnets. Something in me tightened. Lost wasn't the right word. I knew the direction downhill, but the terrain wasn't behaving. I forced myself to mark reference points. A lightning-scarred fir, a pale granite boulder, and kept moving. The ground underfoot felt spongy, the duff deep with needles. After half an hour, the trail reappeared, clean, cut, and familiar. Relief hit so fast my knees went weak. I followed it down, certain it looped toward the trailhead. The altimeter steadied at 10,700. Fine. I let the numbers roll in the background while I focused on descent rhythm. Step, pole, breathe. The forest opened again into the same clearing I'd rested in that morning. Same fallen log. Same gum wrapper I'd stuffed in my pocket, and apparently dropped when I unwrapped the bar. For a second I stood there, not breathing. Maybe I'd taken a wrong turn. Maybe this was a look-alike clearing. I crouched, picked up the wrapper. My thumbprint pressed in the foil. Same one. My altimeter now read 9950, lower than where I started. The radio crackled. Team 3 reporting near ridgeline. I pressed transmit. This is Durand, back at initial waypoint by accident. Requesting new grid. Silence answered. Then a burst of static that almost formed words. It sounded like breathing. I switched to channel B. Nothing. Fine. I told myself to walk out, regroup, and check in person. I knew the way. The descent to the parking lot took 20 minutes. The slope familiar, the light slanting gold through the trees. Every sound magnified. Each step the hiss of wind through needles. When I broke out of the tree line, the first thing I saw was the Silver Forester. Same tire tracks in the gravel. Same damp patch under the muffler. And the dog, still barking inside, hoarse and desperate, claws tapping the window glass. I dropped my pack by my truck, trying to make sense of the clock. It was 5:10 p.m., according to my phone, but the sun looked higher than that. The shadow of the ridge was wrong, stretched north instead of east. I opened the cooler in the bed of my truck, half expecting to find the ice melted after a full day. It was solid. Frost crusted along the lid like I'd packed it minutes ago. The deputy's Tacoma was gone. So were the other search vehicles. Only my tracks marked the gravel, looping back on themselves from the morning. I walked to the Forester. The collie lunged at the glass, muzzle streaked with foam. The keys were still in the ignition, a park permit on the dash dated yesterday. A half-empty coffee thermos sat in the cup holder, steam clouding faintly against the glass as if newly poured. I cupped my hands, peered inside, and said, "Easy, boy, easy." The dog stopped barking, head tilted. Its chest heaved in quick, shallow breaths. Eyes fixed not on me but something behind my reflection. I turned. Nothing moved. The forest edge stood dark and orderly, same as always. I called dispatch again. Unit 7 to base, I'm back at trailhead. No sign of command. Anyone copy? A long hiss filled the channel. Then a click. I tried another, base, this is Durand, copy. Another click, followed by a single fragment, half a word. Ch. Ace. Yeah, I said quickly, gripping the mic. This is Chase. Who's calling? No answer. The altimeter on my wrist beeped again. 9800. Same as the morning reading. I reset it manually, watching the digits blink. The display steadied on 9805, then began climbing. 9800 98020, while I stood still on level ground. Pressure drop maybe. Weather front moving through. Except the air felt still, too still. No wind, no bird noise. Even the stream that usually gurgled near the lot sounded distant, like audio fading from a low battery. The dog began barking again, faster now, high-pitched yelps that echoed off the asphalt. I backed away, checked the tree line one more time, and forced myself to note the practical things. Daylight left. 2 hours at most, temperature dropping fast. No other teams visible. Procedure said to stay put at the rendezvous point until contact resumed. I could wait. I sat on the tailgate. Radio beside me, listening to the static hiss. I'd done longer waits during searches. Still, a hollow feeling opened behind my ribs. Maybe I'd somehow missed the recall order. Maybe they'd all rotated to another access point. But then why hadn't I crossed anyone on the trail? I tried calling the incident commander's cell. Straight to voicemail. I stared at the mountains rising above the valley, their slopes dark against the setting sun. For a moment the summit ridge shimmered, like heat off asphalt. Then it faded, leaving ordinary granite again. The altimeter read 10,200. I hadn't moved. I wrote the number in my field notebook out of habit, time-stamped at 1742. Underneath I scribbled, possible pressure anomaly or sensor malfunction. My pen scratched dry halfway through the line. When I looked up, the shadows had lengthened past the lot. The air smelled different now, sharper, metallic. The dog had gone silent. I waited a few beats, then walked closer. Its head rested on the steering wheel, eyes half closed, chest still. I tried the handle, locked. My reflection in the window looked off, too close. Like the glass had thickened the distance between me and everything else. Behind me, gravel shifted. I turned fast, light swinging. No one there. Only 2 sets of footprints in the dust. Mine from earlier, and another pair leading out of the trees. Parallel to my own, stopping 10 feet short. I called out, hello.
Taos search and rescue.
Nothing. The forest swallowed my voice. The radio popped once more, faint breathing sliding through static. Same rhythm I'd heard at altitude. I stared at the altimeter again. 10,700. I was climbing, and the sun, half set behind the ridge, wasn't moving anymore. The sun hung at the same angle when I blinked. Half a disk caught in the saddle between peaks. Too high to be sunset, too low to be afternoon. It didn't burn my eyes, but it didn't fade either. I told myself it was just the kind of optical illusion you get in high country, air thick with ice crystals, refracting light in weird ways. But every instinct said the light should have changed by now. I packed my gear again, because waiting in stillness was worse. Radio in pocket. Headlamp ready. If the others had shifted base camp, they'd use the upper service road. I could cut that way and intercept them. Procedure. Keep moving toward communication. The altimeter read 10,720 and climbing. I ignored it. Pressure sensors drift. That's what I told myself as I stepped back into the trees. The forest accepted me the way deep snow does. Quietly, completely. No birds. Even my footsteps sounded padded. I passed the scarred fir I'd used as a reference earlier. Its lightning groove glowed pale in the dim light. I ran my fingers down the char. Cold as quartz. Half a mile in, the trail forked where it shouldn't. On the map there was only one switchback here. I picked the right hand path because it sloped down, and descent meant civilization. My watch said 6:03 p.m. It had said 6:03 for the last 10 minutes. The path led into denser spruce. My breath came out slower now, heavy with the damp rot smell that rises when temperatures drop. I called out again, keeping my voice level.
Taos!
Anyone copy? The radio responded with the faint crackle of a mic being keyed. Then a voice, almost too soft to register. Stay low. I stopped. Say again. Only static, popping like distant campfire embers. I tried the base frequency. Command. This is Durand, copy last transmission. Static. Then a long exhale, not mine. I turned off the unit, on again. Nothing changed. The battery indicator stayed full, yet the signal strength flickered between max and 0. A ridge rose ahead, and I climbed toward it, hoping for line of sight. The light never shifted. It was like walking through a photograph. My shadow stayed fixed to my left. stretching at the same length, no matter how the terrain tilted. When I reached the ridge crest, I saw the valley below. Or thought I did. The layout was right, a line of aspens, a silver streak of creek, the dirt road winding toward Taos Ski Valley. But something off about scale. The road too narrow, the creek too wide. I blinked hard and it all pulsed once, as if the whole valley breathed in. Then came the dog. Far off, that same horse bark echoing through timber. 3 sharp bursts, a pause, then 2 more. I knew the cadence now. I'd memorized it from hours at the trailhead. I angled down the ridge toward the sound. Each 100 feet I checked the altimeter. It rose. 10, 911, 050, 11, 200. By the time I broke through the last stand of spruce, it read 11, 480. I should have been well above tree line, but I was still under canopy. The barking stopped. I found the clearing a minute later. At first I thought it was another trail junction, but it was smaller, just a patch of flattened grass and an old fire ring half buried in needles. Beside it sat a pack. Gray external frame, one shoulder strap ripped, a tag stitched with the name R. McCleary. I crouched. Inside were the things you'd expect: jet boil, half used fuel canister, topo map folded to this area. The edges of the paper were damp, as if he'd sweated through the folds. The compass clipped to the frame spun lazily even when I held it still. The map showed pencil marks, circles around drainage points, one faint arrow pointing downhill toward the trailhead. Next to it he'd written altimeter climbing while descending. My stomach dropped. Same phrase, same problem. I looked around for any sign of him. Boot prints, scraps of clothing, anything. The ground was a web of scuffed soil. No clear direction. Wind moved through the trees for the first time all day. A single slow exhale that smelled like metal and pine pitch. I packed his map into my jacket pocket, noted the coordinates, if they could even be trusted, and started back toward where the ridge should be. Within 20 steps, the trees shifted again. The clearing behind me narrowed until it vanished between trunks. I called his name.
Ryan McCleary! It's Chase Durand, volunteer, sir!
You're not in trouble, just call back. The answer was another burst from my radio, tinny, distant. Trailhead again. My throat went dry. Say again. Same tracks. Then silence. I gripped the radio so hard my knuckles popped.
Ryan, if that's you, stay put.
I'm coming to you. Flash a light if you have one. No light. No movement. Only the thin whistle of wind. I pressed on. After maybe 10 minutes, the slope eased and gravel crunched underfoot. A trail sign stood ahead. Brown metal, the lettering familiar. Wheeler Peak Trailhead, 0.3 mi. I stared at it, chest tight. The font looked new. The same sign I'd passed that morning. I jogged the last stretch, half sliding down the switchbacks. And there it was. The parking lot, same Forester. Same truck. Same gum wrapper I'd put in my pocket twice now, lying again by the log. But the dog was gone. The window was still fogged from the inside, streaked where claws had scraped. No sign of the animal, no broken glass, no paw prints outside. Just empty seats. I circled the car. The ground beneath was damp with meltwater that steamed faintly in the cold air. When I knelt and touched it, it wasn't warm. It was vibrating like a faint engine idle through stone. I backed up until my calves hit my own bumper. My truck was dust-free, as though it hadn't moved since morning. But the odometer read 2 extra miles when I leaned in to check. I didn't remember driving them. The radio chirped again, one clear tone this time. Command channel. Durand, status. Relief flooded me. Base, I copy. I'm at the trailhead. There's an issue with the altimeter and possible spatial confusion. But I've located McCleary's pack. Pause. Say location again. Trailhead lot, Wheeler Peak. Another pause. Negative, Durand. You were logged as returned at 1300.
Where are you now?
The words chilled me. I never checked out. Durand, confirm. Who's transmitting? I looked at the radio display. No frequency numbers, just a blank screen. I'm Chase Durand, I said slowly. Volunteer SAR, ID 4527. Static rose, then flattened into a monotone hiss that carried one last fragment. Copy. Duplicate entry. Remain in place. The signal cut. I stood there a long minute before I realized the light had not dimmed one bit. The sun hung in the same notch. The shadow of my truck fixed on the gravel, like a photograph printed wrong. When I opened my cooler again, the ice was untouched, but my water bottles were empty. All three. Caps still screwed tight. I caught a sound then, a single bark far up the slope. Ryan, I shouted, more out of need to hear something human. No reply. Another bark, higher pitched, then a whine. I grabbed my pack. If the dog was alive, I wasn't leaving it. I started up the switchbacks for the third time. Every step felt familiar and wrong at once. The trail grade identical, yet the air heavier, thinner somehow. I passed the same scarred fir, the same broken branch. At 10,800 feet, the altimeter buzzed, digits flashing like it couldn't decide whether to climb or fall. 10, 8, 20, 9, 7, 60, 11, 200. I shut it off. The barking guided me to another small clearing. The dog stood there this time, mud streaked, ribs showing, eyes wild. Same border collie. It wagged its tail once, then backed away, hackles raised. It's okay, I said softly. Good boy. It circled me, whining low, then bolted downslope. I followed, branches snapping my sleeves. When I broke into open ground again, it was gone. The car waited below. Doors open this time. Driver's door swung lightly in wind I couldn't feel. I approached slowly. The ignition was on. Headlights pointed into trees, cutting shallow cones through the dust. The radio inside the car hissed the same static as mine. Something shimmered in the driver's mirror. My reflection, but the face half, turned a beat slower than I moved. I shut my eyes, counted to 5, opened them, just me again. The car's dash clock read 5:10 p.m., exactly where it had stopped before. My watch ticked 6:07:03. I sat on the gravel, back against my truck tire, breathing until the shakes passed. I'd dealt with altitude sickness before, disorientation, mild hallucination, all part of the job. That's what I told myself as I logged notes in my field book. Possible hypoxia due to barometric shift. Visual anomalies. Repeat trail pattern observed. My handwriting slanted upward until the pen ran off the page. When I looked up, the sun finally moved, dropping one finger width behind the ridge. The light shifted from gold to gray so fast it felt like someone dimmed a lamp. Temperature plummeted. I stood, stretched my legs, keyed the radio again. Base, this is Durand. Dusk approaching. Request extraction or guidance. A pause. Faintly, Copy. Already extracted. Negative, I said sharply. I'm still at the site. Repeat, I'm still. The hiss grew until it filled the air, not just the radio. The kind of white noise you feel in your bones. I stepped away from the truck. The forest at the lot's edge rippled, trunks seeming to bend toward me in the fading light. Then everything went quiet. I could hear my pulse, the small tick of cooling metal, and from somewhere up trail, a voice calling my name. My exact tone, my exact pacing, echoing down through the trees. I froze, mouth open, trying to remember if I'd said it aloud first. The radio clicked once more. The voice that came through wasn't mine this time, but close enough to hurt.
Stay low.
The altimeter powered back on by itself, screen glowing in the dark. 11,900 feet. Still climbing. I knew the air shouldn't have been that thin. My chest burned like I'd sprinted, though I'd barely moved. The altimeter glowed steady. 11,900 feet. Impossible where I stood. There was no wind now. No breath of the mountain at all. Just silence so dense it felt physical. I switched off the device again, but the screen stayed lit. I wrapped it in my glove, stuffed it into my pocket, and kept the radio out instead. The last thing it had said, "Stay low," looped through my head. Maybe that meant drop elevation. Maybe I really had wandered into a high. Pressure inversion or some kind of thermal trap that played hell with electronics. I needed to descend, even if the bearings were wrong. I found the same switchback I'd climbed twice before and started down. The trail seemed to move under me, each step stretching longer than the one before. My headlamp beam cut through, trunks that all looked the same distance apart, as though I was walking inside a photograph pasted on repeat. After a few hundred feet, I saw the glint of metal ahead. A vehicle, its body dull under frost. I almost laughed from relief. But when I reached it, I stopped cold. It was my truck, same dent in the rear fender, same climbing rope coiled in the bed. The headlights of the Forester faced it from across the lot, still on. Between them, the space was empty, like an easel between mirrors. I cupped my hands and shouted, "Ryan!" My voice cracked the air and came back flatter, as if the forest refused to echo anymore. Movement flickered at the far edge of the lot. A shape, person-sized, standing beside the tree line. It looked like a man in a red jacket, same color the report had described. I jogged forward, half out of instinct, half out of hope. McCleary. The figure didn't move. The dog appeared beside him for a moment, tail stiff, then both turned and walked into the dark. Not hurried, just gone. I followed until my beam hit the trunks again. There was no path there. The ground underfoot turned spongy, like wet moss, then gravel again. My boot prints disappeared even as I made them. I forced myself to stop chasing shapes. I'd done enough rescues to know how hallucinations start when oxygen runs low. I turned back toward the vehicles. For a moment they weren't there. Only black trees. Then they blinked back into existence as my light passed over them. I sat in the truck cab. Door open, breathing shallow. The radio crackled. This time, the voice was clear. "Durand, we have you logged. Sit tight. Helps inbound." Finally, I pressed transmit. Copy, I'm at the trailhead. Conditions unstable. Confirm visual. Affirmative, the voice said. Stay in the vehicle. We'll reach you within the hour. I glanced toward the ridge. No lights, no helicopter thump. Copy that, I said anyway. Then I noticed it, my call hadn't transmitted. The radio's send light never blinked. The response had come through on receive only. I turned the knob to test other channels. The voice kept coming, same cadence, same words, repeating after me by a few seconds. Stay in the vehicle. We'll reach you within the hour. I switched the unit off. The voice stopped mid-sentence. I sat there until my hands steadied. My breath fogged the windshield. The glass shimmered, fog dispersing in patterns that looked almost like contour lines on a topo map. Tight loops, ridges, valleys. I traced one with my glove. It circled inward, ending where my reflection's eye should have been. I blinked and the glass cleared. Normal again. I got out and opened the Forester's rear door. It wasn't locked this time. Inside, the smell hit first. Wet fur, metal, and something faintly sweet, like antifreeze. The seats were clawed to threads. A leash lay coiled on the floorboard, attached to nothing. In the cuff holder, the same thermos I'd seen that morning still steamed. The tag on the key ring read, Wheeler Trail 1. When I touched it, condensation beaded like fresh sweat. I called dispatch again, this time on the emergency frequency reserved for active extractions. Base, this is Durand. Confirm whether McCleary has been located. A pause. Then, softly, you're logged out, Chase. Static, then nothing. I tried again, louder. Say again? You're breaking up. Logged out at 1300 hours. Duplicate return entry. Negative. I'm still on site. Copy? The voice said, gentler now. That's what he said too. I dropped the radio into my lap. The ground under the truck trembled once, like a mild earthquake or a heavy gust. The trees swayed without wind. I opened my notebook, flipping to the first page. My handwriting filled the margins. Timestamps, barometric readings, sketches of trail junctions. Only the last line wasn't mine. In cramped pencil, same as McCleary's pack note. Don't trust descent. I checked the altimeter out of reflex. 12,040. No way. I hadn't climbed anything. I was standing on asphalt. I looked toward the ridge again. Now the sun was gone entirely, and the light that replaced it wasn't dusk, but a dull glow that came from everywhere and nowhere. The peaks looked backlit, like mountains cut from paper. I stepped forward, and every crunch of gravel echoed a half, beat late, like someone walking in sync just behind me. I stopped. So did the echo. When I turned, my own truck door hung open, and I was sitting inside, not moving. My brain stalled before the fear arrived. The figure in the seat looked like me in every detail. The hat, the jacket, the way my hand rested on the steering wheel. Its head turned slightly toward me, eyes catching light that shouldn't have existed. Then headlights flashed white, blinding. I stumbled back. When I looked again, the seat was empty. I climbed in, slammed the door, locked it. For a while, I just sat listening to my pulse. I thought about starting the engine, driving down the mountain, following the road until it hit pavement and signal, but I couldn't remember which direction the road actually went. North. South. My mind sketched two maps at once, neither right. The radio clicked again. Durand report. I didn't answer. Durand, the voice said. Steadier now. You made it down. You're safe, copy. I opened my mouth, closed it. Maybe I'd fallen somewhere above, concussed, hallucinating this whole loop. That would explain everything. The voice, the light, even the dog. Then the voice said, You left the altimeter at 12,000. That stopped me cold. I hadn't told anyone that number. The radio whined and cut off mid-word. I got out of the truck again. The air had thickened like fog with no moisture. The headlights of both vehicles burned steady, but the beam stopped 5 feet out as if swallowed. Somewhere up the slope, the dog barked again. Short, urgent, then one long whine. I started walking. I didn't decide to. It was just something my body did. The forest seemed to part around me, each tree folding away to reveal the next. The ground tilted upward, though my legs told me I was going down. The altimeter in my pocket beeped. I pulled it out. 12,300. Fine, I muttered. Let's see how high you want to go. I kept walking until the trunks thinned. The air turned crisp again, clean. My head clear for the first time in hours. Through the branches, I saw starlight. Real, steady stars. My relief was so sharp it almost hurt. And then I saw him. A man sitting on a fallen log, red jacket draped around his shoulders. Head tilted, breathing shallow. The dog lay curled at his feet, chest rising faintly. I approached slowly, knees weak with exhaustion. Ryan? He lifted his head. His eyes were glassy, but he smiled a little. You came back. I've been looking for you all day, I said. You're okay now. We'll get you down. He shook his head. Already tried that. Ryan. He pointed at the altimeter on my wrist. That thing doesn't stop, does it? I looked. 12th, 480. He chuckled dryly. It never goes down. You just end up back where you started. I crouched beside him. You're hypoxic. We need to move. I did, he whispered. Downhill, uphill, didn't matter. Always here. The dog's eyes opened, tracking something past my shoulder. I turned, light swinging through empty air. When I looked back, Ryan was gone. The log too. Just ground, level grass, trampled and wet. I backed away, heart hammering. The dog was still there though, sitting in the same spot, watching me. Come on, I said quietly. Let's go. It rose, padded beside me as I descended. The path widened into gravel again, and soon the familiar lot came into view. My truck, the Forester, the same frozen light. The altimeter beeped one final time. 9,800. Back to the start. The dog climbed into the passenger seat without hesitation. I followed, hands trembling as I turned the key. The engine caught. For the first time, I heard normal wind outside. The whisper of pines, the rattle of pebbles under tires. I drove until the mountain gave way to highway, and the first cell tower bar appeared on my phone. I called command. A dispatcher picked up, voice calm. Taos County Search and Rescue. This is Chase Durand, I said, trying not to sound crazy. I found the missing hiker's vehicle. There's been some kind of equipment malfunction. I need a check on coordinates. A pause. Papers rustled. Durand, you already checked in hours ago. Said the search was negative. My mouth went dry. That's not possible. I'm calling now. We have your signature, she said gently. You dropped off the radio at 1300. The dog beside me whined. I pulled over, staring at the altimeter on my wrist. The numbers were still changing. 9801, 9802, climbing. My name is Leah Price, and I've been part of the Appalachian Search and Rescue Unit for 7 years. Most calls blur together. Missing hikers, wrong turns, weather closing in faster than anyone expects. But the day we searched Storm, Hollow still plays in my mind like a lightning flash that never fades. It happened in a single day, though it felt like a lifetime folded into a storm. We were dispatched just before dawn. A solo camper had gone missing near the deep creek section of Great Smoky Mountains National Park after a flash flood swept through the valley overnight. The rain had eased to a fine mist, but thunder still grumbled somewhere over the ridge. The Smokies are deceptive that way. Storms cling to the hollows long after the clouds move on. I drove the lead truck, wipers thumping in rhythm with my heartbeat. Beside me was Jared, our incident commander for the day, a man who spoke mostly in clipped sentences and radio codes. Behind us, 2 other trucks carried the rest of the team. 4 volunteers, including me, and a K9 handler with her retriever Scout. The air smelled like wet earth and ozone, sharp enough to sting. We parked near the trailhead at the mouth of the hollow. The flood had torn out part of the footbridge, leaving muddy planks dangling like loose teeth. Water still rushed through the gorge, brown and fast. We split into two teams. Jared and I took the northern route, following the old service road uphill. The others would loop along the creek bed and circle back toward the campsite, marked on the missing hiker's permit. "Stay in radio range," Jared said, adjusting his pack straps. "Lightning forecast still active. If it closes in, we regroup at base camp." "Copy. Copy," I said, but my eyes were on the slope. Trees leaned, roots showing where the flood had eaten the bank. The storm had peeled the landscape back like bark, and it looked wrong, like a map rewritten overnight. The first hour was uneventful except for the constant squelch of mud under our boots. The fog thinned enough to reveal slick boulders and broken branches strewn across the trail. At 08:30, I caught a flash of red near the creek, a tent fly. Jared nodded for me to check it out while he logged our position. I slid down the bank carefully, grabbing at roots for balance. The tent sat half collapsed, edges buried in silt. The nylon plastered to the ground like wet skin. I could tell from the gear layout that whoever owned it knew what they were doing. Guy lines taut? Bear bag hung nearby, small cook setup tucked under a rock ledge. It hadn't been abandoned in panic. It had been sealed. "Found a campsite," I said into the radio. "Coordinates incoming." Static buzzed back, broken by Jared's voice. "Copy that. Any sign of occupant?" "Not yet." The rain started again, thin and cold. I brushed debris from the tent side. The zipper was fully closed from inside, the kind that locks when pulled down tight. Through the nylon I could make out the faint shape of a sleeping bag and something metallic. A flashlight, maybe. I hesitated. Search protocol says you check every possible lead, no matter how uncomfortable it feels. But something about the scene held me still. The tent was soaked, but the flashlight beam glowed steady through the fabric, pointing upward as if aimed at the ceiling. It shouldn't have been on at all. The switch, when I looked through the mesh vestibule, was in the off position. "Jared," I called again. "You're gonna want to see this." He joined me a few minutes later, mud splattering up his legs. "Inside. Zipped from the inside," I said quietly. "Light still going." He crouched, brow furrowing. Battery could have shorted. He tapped the tent gently, the beam flickering once, then holding steady again. "All right. We'll document first. Don't open it yet." That was one of Jared's hard rules. Never disturb an area until photographed and logged. He snapped pictures with his phone, marking the coordinates on his GPS. Then he lifted the flap just an inch, careful not to touch the zipper teeth. The smell of damp nylon mixed with something faintly metallic, like wet batteries or old pennies. "Nothing obvious," he murmured. "Could just be empty." But I'd seen something in that half-inch of opening. A curve of the sleeping bag, the indentation of weight beneath it. Not moving, not quite flat either. Before we could decide the next step, the radio crackled. "Base to North Team, copy." It was our K9 handler, Rena. "We've got minor debris blockage on the lower trail. No confirmed prints yet. Scouts alerting to something about 300 yards south of the creek junction." "Copy," Jared answered. "We'll meet you at junction once we finish here." The sky darkened again without warning. You don't notice how quickly light shifts in the mountains until it's gone. Wind rolled through the hollow, bending the poplars and carrying the smell of rain-soaked leaves. The flashlight inside the tent flickered once more, then steadied again like a slow heartbeat. Jared said, "Step back. Let's wait for the others. I don't like the static out here." He was right. My radio hissed even on open channel. The kind of interference you get before a strike. I could taste metal on my tongue, that electric tang that means lightning's near. We backed up the slope to a cluster of rocks. I glanced down once more. The beam inside hadn't dimmed. We regrouped with Rina's team near the junction around Zone 945. Scout was restless, whining low, nose to the ground. They'd found a partial boot print near a tree trunk, washed out but fresh enough to see the tread. The direction pointed away from the campsite, toward the higher ridgeline. Could be he left before the flood, Rina said. Print depth looks pre-saturation. Then why was the tent zipped? I asked. No one answered. We spread out in a slow sweep, each person 30 yards apart, calling the hiker's name. Michael Wren. I didn't expect an answer. The woods felt too heavy for sound to travel right. My voice came back to me, faint and flat, as though the trees swallowed it whole. Around noon, thunder cracked directly overhead. Jared signaled a quick retreat under a granite overhang. Rain returned in sheets, hammering the ground. Lightning stitched across the valley, white veins cutting through the fog. Every strike illuminated the hollow below, and I could see the glint of the tent fabric like a small beacon in the floodplain. Storm cells stalled, Jared said, checking his weather app. We waited out 15, maybe 20 minutes, then move again. No one argued. The mountain decides the schedule, not us. While we waited, I kept my eyes on the hollow. Between flashes of light, something shifted near the campsite. A shadow or a movement, hard to tell through the rain. Scout barked once, sharp and uneasy. "What is it, boy?" Rina whispered. The dog only growled, low and sustained. Then the radio flared to life. Our own frequency, but layered with static. A voice, faint but distinct, broke through. "Help, underwater." Jared froze. "Say again." Only static replied. "Could be interference," Rina said, but her voice trembled slightly. "Or an old transmission bouncing. Or someone's still out there," I said. We waited. Nothing else came through. The rain softened, tapering to a drizzle. Jared motioned for us to move back toward the hollow, once the thunder rolled east. The air felt charged, like the world was holding its breath. By the time we reached the campsite again, the flashlight had gone out. The tent looked smaller somehow, sagging into the mud. Jared unzipped it this time, slow and steady. Inside was a sleeping bag, half open, the interior soaked but empty. The flashlight lay beside it, switch still off. The beam lens was warm to the touch, though the batteries were dead when we checked. "Pack it up," Jared said quietly. "We'll send it for analysis." He sealed the evidence bag and tagged the GPS coordinates. I noted the time, 13:17 hours. The forest was eerily quiet, except for the drip of rain from the leaves. We resumed our search uphill, following the boot print trail. It wound through a narrow drainage and disappeared near a grove of hemlocks. The mud was slick, and the slope steep enough that every step sent water sliding down past our boots. My calves burned, and sweat mixed with the chill of the air. At 1400, lightning hit close enough to feel the shock through the ground. Scout yelped. We crouched instinctively, counting the seconds between flash and rumble. Less than one. Jared shouted, "Get to cover." We sprinted for a low ridge of rock. The light was so bright it seemed to erase color from everything. For a moment I couldn't tell sky from earth. When the sound hit, it was like the mountain exhaled in one violent roar. And then it was quiet again. No echo, no birds, just the slow hiss of rain on stone. I looked behind us. Steam rose from the hollow below. Where the tent had been, a white scar of heat shimmered in the mud. Jared met my eyes. "We're pulling out," he said. "Storm's too unstable." I wanted to argue, to say we were close, that we should push just a little farther before daylight faded. But the ridge trembled again, and a distant crack of falling wood answered for him. We started back down, careful and slow. The air smelled scorched now, the ozone sharper than before. Every few steps, I felt that strange prickle again, like static crawling under my skin. Halfway to base, my radio crackled once more. A voice, quiet but clear this time. "Don't unzip." I stopped cold. "Repeat that," Jared said, hearing it too. The channel went dead. That was at 15:08 hours, near as I can recall. And though the storm passed by evening, the hollow never cooled again. The rain stopped so suddenly it felt like someone had turned off a switch. The forest dripped, steaming under the thin light that followed the storm's retreat. Water ran in thin sheets off the rocks, and the smell of ozone still hung sharp in the air. We regrouped on higher ground, everyone soaked and silent. Jared checked his GPS, his lips moving as he recalculated coordinates. Rena was kneeling beside Scout, who kept glancing downhill, tail stiff, ears pinned. "That transmission?" I said finally. "You heard it too." Jared didn't look up. "Heard something. It said don't unzip. Interference." I didn't argue. But I kept thinking about the tent. The beam that had stayed lit even with dead batteries. The sleeping bag's odd weight. And that voice. It had sounded too clear to be static. Too close. By 15:30, the clouds had thinned enough to show slices of blue. The storm had passed east, but thunder still rolled somewhere far off, echoing in slow, lazy waves across the ridges. Jared decided we'd continue the search until dusk. The temperature had dropped a few degrees. Every breath felt cleaner, though the humidity clung like film. We followed the ridge west, tracing the narrow switchbacks carved into the hillside. Fallen branches blocked the trail in places, and the mud had swallowed our boot prints almost as soon as we made them. The only sound was the rhythmic squeak of our packs. "Michael Wren," Rena called now and then, her voice steady but quieter each time. No answer. At 1600 hours, we found his cooking pot wedged between two rocks. A titanium one, the kind ultralight campers favor. Inside were half-cooked noodles, waterlogged beyond recognition. I logged the coordinates. No signs of struggle. Jared muttered. Could have stepped out during the flash flood. Lost footing. Had have followed the creek back down, I said. Not uphill. He didn't reply. The ridge narrowed into a knife edge. On our right, the slope dropped nearly 100 feet into the hollow. On the left, a line of blackened trees marked where lightning had hit. Their bark was split open in spirals, wood steaming faintly in the cool air. I stopped beside one. The trunk was warm, almost hot, though the strike couldn't have been more than half an hour ago. I pressed my hand against it. Beneath the heat there was a faint vibration, like a distant hum. Too steady to be thunder. "Leah," Jared called. "Stay online." I pulled away and caught up. The hum faded. At 16:30, Scout alerted again, nose down, tail wagging. He led Rena to a patch of churned mud near the base of a cedar. There, half buried, was a hiking pole. The aluminum was bent and blackened at the handle. Lightning strike, she guessed. Could be, Jared said. Mark it. While he took photos, I looked around. The pattern of flattened grass and debris suggested movement. Someone had stumbled here. Fallen maybe, then gotten back up. The footprints led west, toward a gully that dropped into what looked like another branch of the creek. I radioed the coordinates back to base, but the signal cracked halfway through. Static hissed, then cleared enough for one word to push through. Repeat. I repeated, slower. This time the reply came faint but understandable. Copy that, North Team. Be advised, satellite shows another cell forming north-northeast, 30 minutes out. Jared groaned. We're getting chased by weather. He looked at me. One more sweep before we turned back. The sun dipped lower behind the ridge, turning the fog gold at its edges. Light like that makes everything look calm when it isn't. We descended into the gully, following the faint prints. The creek at the bottom was still swollen, water hissing over rocks, carrying bits of leaves and bark. Something silver caught my eye near the opposite bank. A reflective strip. I waded across, boots sinking into the silt, and found a torn piece of backpack strap snagged on a branch. The stitching matched the type sold on ultralight packs, same make as the tent. Definitely Wren's, I said. Jared's voice was level but quiet. Then he came through here. We pushed deeper into the gully. The path narrowed, forcing us single file. Rena stayed close behind me, scout weaving ahead. The air was heavier here, the sound of the creek muffled somehow, as if the hollow absorbed it. I noticed at first the faint smell of something burned. Not wood, but plastic. Rena sniffed too. Electrical. Before I could answer, thunder rumbled again. Not overhead this time. Beneath, a deep, rolling vibration under our boots. Jared raised a hand. Hold position. The sound built for a few seconds, then faded like something burrowing deeper. We stood motionless, listening. Could be runoff hitting a cave pocket. He said finally, though he didn't sound convinced. We moved on. The gully curved left, then opened into a flat, clearing dotted with standing water. The soil shimmered where lightning had fused sand into glassy patches. In the center of the clearing was a charred tree stump, and beside it, something half buried in mud. I brushed away the debris. It was another tent, smaller, older, canvas not nylon. The color had faded to gray-brown, and moss had grown along the seams. Doesn't match our missing camper's gear, Jared said. Might have been here for years. But the thing was, it wasn't weathered enough. The zippers weren't rusted, the poles not snapped. It looked recently used, just forgotten. We circled it cautiously. The flap hung loose, the interior dark. I leaned closer. Inside, lying on the damp ground sheet, was another flashlight. Different model, heavier, older. Its beam pointed upward, steady and white. My stomach tightened. Jared. He looked at me, then at the light. His jaw set. Back off. We're logging this. Then we're leaving. I stepped back, but my radio crackled before I could say anything. The same faint voice as before, clearer now. Help underwater. Rena flinched. That's not a stored transmission. That's live. The sound came again, this time layered with something that almost resembled breathing. Jared pressed his transmit button. Identify yourself. This is SAR Unit 4. Leah Price, Jared Hines responding. Give location. Static. Then, "Don't unzip." The voice had dropped to a whisper, male this time. Close enough that it felt like it came from the trees around us. Scout whined, pawing the ground. The flashlight inside the tent flickered once. "Jared," I said softly. "That's enough. Let's go." He hesitated. "We can't just leave. If someone's trapped." Rena shook her head. "That light's dry. There's no water here." He crouched beside the tent, careful, like before. The fabric was damp but intact. No footprints around it. Just that flat, smooth mud you get after a heavy flood, undisturbed. Jared lifted the edge of the flap. Nothing inside but the light, beamed steady on the canvas roof. He reached to turn it off. The moment his fingers brushed the casing, it went dark. Rena gasped. "It's off now." Jared exhaled, half laughing. "Probably a short." He stood, brushing mud from his gloves. "We're heading back." We started uphill again, retracing our line. The rain hadn't returned yet, but the wind picked up, carrying the scent of sulfur. Scout kept glancing over his shoulder. So did I. When we reached the ridge, I looked back one last time. The tent below glowed faintly in the dim light. Not from the flashlight, but from something else. Maybe reflection. Maybe the sky. We reached base camp around 1745. The storm cell they'd warned us about hadn't hit yet, but the pressure had dropped. You could feel it in your ears. Jared radioed in our findings, clipped as ever, then sent everyone to refuel and prep for extraction. While he debriefed with command, I sat by the tailgate and logged notes. My hands were still shaking slightly. The air had that still, suspended feeling that comes right before another downpour. I could hear the creak again, steady and far away. I wrote 2 tents located. One confirmed as Wren's. Second unidentified, older make. Both exhibited lighting anomalies. Both zipped or sealed at discovery. No visual contact with missing subject. Possible atmospheric interference mimicking voice transmissions. Even as I wrote it, the words felt hollow. Rena joined me, towel draped around her shoulders. "You okay?" "Just cold." She looked toward the ridge. Scout didn't want to leave. "You noticed that?" I nodded. We sat in silence a while, listening to the wind build. Distant thunder rolled again. At 18:15, Jared approached. "We're calling off for the night. Extraction teams delayed till morning, so we're bivouacking here." He pointed to a rise above the creek, dry enough for tents, sheltered by rocks. I wasn't thrilled, but it made sense. The trail down would be slick, and night comes fast in these valleys. By 1900, we'd set up camp. Rena cooked a quick meal, instant rice, canned stew. Steam drifted lazily into the air, swallowed by fog that crept back down the ridge. Jared finished checking the perimeter and sat near the fire. "Forecast says clear till dawn," he said. "I'll take first watch." Rena volunteered second. I took last. We ate quietly. The only sounds were the hiss of the stove and the faint gurgle of the creek below. When full dark fell, the fog thickened. Lightning flickered far to the east, silent and distant, like someone opening and closing a door to another world. I crawled into my tent around 2100. My gear was still damp, but exhaustion hit fast. I zipped the flap, sealed it tight, and lay back listening to the rain that had started again. Soft, rhythmic, almost gentle. I must have dozed off, because when I woke, everything was silent. No rain, no wind, no distant thunder. Just that low hum again, vibrating through the ground. My radio crackled once on the floor beside me. A voice whispered through, "Don't unzip." The voice cut off as soon as it spoke. For a moment, I thought I dreamed it. My tent was dark except for the faint green blink of my GPS tracker, pulsing once every few seconds. The air inside felt too still, thick with that same charged smell I'd noticed before lightning. I listened. Nothing moved outside. Not wind, not rain. Even the creek had gone silent, as if something had muted the whole hollow. Then came a soft rustle, fabric brushing against fabric. My first thought was Rena or Jared checking camp, but the sound wasn't from outside. It came from beneath me. I sat up fast, heart punching through my ribs. The vibration I'd felt earlier ran through the ground sheet again, slow and even. I pressed my hand to the floor. The earth hummed like something alive. The radio crackled. Static bloomed, then a single word. Lee. My name. Whispered slow, almost careful. I grabbed the handset. Who is this? No answer. Outside, Scout barked, one sharp, desperate sound that died into a whine. I unzipped the tent halfway before I remembered the voice. Don't unzip. My fingers froze on the zipper tab. The campfire had gone out, but there was light, pale and directionless, enough to show outlines of the tents. Jared's was still. Rena's flap moved slightly in the breeze. That wasn't there a moment ago. The fog pressed thick against everything, so dense it glowed faintly on its own. Jared, I whispered into the radio. You awake? Nothing. I told myself to breathe. Lightning can mess with radios, make phantom signals bounce between valleys. That's all it was. But the air felt wrong, heavy, almost wet, and colder than it had any right to be after a storm. I counted to 10, forcing each breath steady. Then I stepped out. The fog swallowed sound as soon as I moved. My boots sank into soft ground. Every step made a dull sucking noise, like the soil itself was breathing. Scout's tracks circled the fire pit, erratic, confused. His leash dragged across the mud, but he was nowhere in sight. Rena, I called quietly. Her tent flap stirred. Lee, relief hit me so fast it hurt. You heard the radio. I thought it was you, she said, voice muffled. Something's wrong with Scout. He bolted downhill. I turned toward the ridge. Through the fog I saw brief flashes, small, silent bursts of light, too white for fireflies, too low for lightning. They pulsed in uneven rhythm, tracing the same narrow gully we'd searched earlier. Stay here, I told her. I'll check it. She didn't argue. I think we both knew arguing wouldn't matter. I followed the slope down, flashlight cutting only a few feet ahead. The beam seemed to bend in the mist, swallowed before it reached the trees. The hum grew louder the closer I got to the hollow, like a power line somewhere underground. Halfway down, the ground flattened into a small clearing. The mud here was smooth again, reflective. At the far end stood the second tent, the old canvas one we'd found earlier. It wasn't empty now. The flap was open, light spilling out from within. A steady, unwavering glow, too bright for any handheld lamp. I stopped 10 paces away. Michael Wren, I called. No answer. The hum deepened, vibrating through my legs. The tent fabric trembled slightly, though the air was still. Inside, the light flared once, then faded to a soft pulse, matching the rhythm of my own heartbeat. I took one step closer. Don't unzip, the voice said again. This time it came from behind me. I spun around. Jared stood halfway down the slope, rain jacket unzipped, face pale in the glow. You shouldn't be here, he said quietly. I heard. I stopped.
Where's Rena?
She's with Scout. Back at camp. That didn't make sense, but my brain was too scattered to argue. What is this? I asked. He looked past me toward the tent. "Well logged it, Leah. That's all we needed to do." Something flickered across his face. Fear, or maybe regret. He raised his radio. Spoke into it softly. "North team regroup. Copy. Only static." The hum rose again, louder now, almost a tone. My flashlight dimmed, then died. The tent's light grew brighter, flooding the hollow with white. "Back up," Jared said, stepping closer. "Now." But I couldn't move. The light held me there. It wasn't painful, just absolute, flattening every color into silver. The air pulsed once, and the ground seemed to breathe underfoot. Then everything went black. I don't know how long I was out. When I came to, I was lying on my back near the creek. My head throbbed. Rain was falling again, thin and cold. The fog had lifted enough to show outlines of the ridge. My radio hissed softly beside me. "Leah, respond." Jared's voice. I pressed the button. "I'm here." I looked around. The tent was gone. Only a square patch of scorched mud remained, still steaming in the rain. Same clearing. "It's not here anymore." A long pause. "Stay put. I'm on my way." While I waited, I saw Scout emerge from the trees. His coat was soaked, his leash dragging. He stopped a few feet away, whining softly. When I reached for him, he flinched and backed off, staring at the burned patch as if expecting something to move. Jared arrived minutes later, breathing hard. His flashlight swept the clearing. "Where?" I pointed. He crouched, touched the edge of the blackened ground. "Still warm." "It was right here," I said. I swear it was. He didn't question me, just stood scanning the trees. "We're leaving. Now." We climbed back toward camp, rain thickening with every step. The creek roared louder again, fed by the new downpour. My ears rang, but under the sound of the water, I thought I could still hear the hum. Distant now, but steady. By the time we reached Rena's tent, dawn was creeping in pale behind the clouds. She was sitting outside, holding Scout close, both of them trembling. "You found him," I said. She nodded, eyes wide. "He came back after you left. He won't go near the ridge." Jared looked at his watch. "Extraction in 20. Pack up?" None of us spoke while we broke camp. The fog thinned with the coming light, and the forest looked ordinary again. Just wet trees, slick rocks, cold air. You'd never know what had happened. We hiked back to the trailhead in silence. The bridge we'd crossed that morning was half gone, the creek chewing at its supports. Rena went first, then me, then Jared. When my boots hit gravel on the far side, the hum finally stopped. Just gone. Like someone closing a circuit. At base command, we handed in our gear and filled out incident reports. Jared's was 3 sentences. Long located missing subject's campsite. Search terminated due to weather. Evidence collected for analysis. Mine took longer. I described the tents, the lights, the voices, everything I could remember. When I finished, Jared read it once, then folded it neatly and said, "You did good out there. That's all." The official record lists Michael Wren as missing, presumed drowned. His body was never found. The tent and flashlight we collected were sent to forensics. A week later, the lab reported no electrical faults. Both lights tested normal. Batteries still full. Rina left the team soon after. She never said why, but I heard she won't take calls anywhere near the Smokies anymore. As for me, I stayed. I told myself I'd see it through. That experience like this needs witnesses, to keep others from getting lost the same way. But sometimes, during storms, When thunder crawls close and the lights in my house flicker, I hear it again through the static of my radio. Don't unzip. It's always the same voice. Calm, familiar. And every time I think about that last thing Jared said to me before we packed up at dawn, I hadn't written it in my report because I wasn't sure it made sense, but I remember his tone. Low, careful. Like someone trying to recall the right line from a dream. He'd looked back toward the ridge, toward that hollow, and said, almost to himself, I found a tent like that once. Different valley. Same light. Then he walked off to meet the chopper. That was months ago. We haven't had another mission in Storm Hollow since. The section's closed to the public now, officially for erosion damage. Though no one mentions the other reason. I went back on my own once, just before they sealed the trail. The creek had carved a new path, washing half the valley clean. No sign of our campsites, no ash, no gear. Just the faint outline of 2 square impressions in the mud. One large, one small, side by side like tents once stood there. The air was still, no hum this time. But as I turned to leave, a single flash of light bloomed deep among the trees. Not lightning, just one steady beam shining upward. I didn't unzip anything. I didn't go closer. I just watched until it blaked out, the smell of rain rising again from the ground, and walked back toward the trailhead as thunder rolled somewhere far off, soft, distant, almost human. My name is Jack Rayleigh, and I wasn't supposed to be on that mountain. I'm not a ranger or a trained rescuer. Just a volunteer who'd shown up too many times when people went missing near Leadville, Colorado. I knew the local trails well enough, and I'd spent half my winters on snowshoes or a splitboard. So they let me tag along when there weren't enough certified people to cover ground. That February morning, the call came in about a distress beacon pinging on the north slope of Mount Elbert. The coordinates were halfway up a drainage that was nearly inaccessible in winter. Timberline steep, crusted snow, ice crust like armor. The ping repeated every 15 minutes. Whoever activated it wasn't answering on radio channels. By 7:00 a.m., we were loading packs into a snowcat parked at the base trailhead. The air was sharp and thin, like glass scraping my lungs. The beacon signal had gone off 3 times already, steady as a metronome. I remember thinking it was strange. Normally, when someone triggers a personal locator beacon, it either keeps transmitting continuously or dies after a few bursts if the battery's low. But this one blinked on a regular cycle, exactly 15 minutes apart. The incident commander, a ranger named Walters, checked his tablet and frowned. Same coordinates every time, he said. No drift. There were 6 of us Walters, 2 paramedics, a sheriff's deputy, a certified mountaineer named Carla, and me. The snowcat could only take us to about 500 feet before the slope got too narrow, so after that it was snowshoes and poles. I carried my own pack, probe, shovel, thermal blanket, flare, spare gloves, and an old transceiver that barely worked. The forest up there was quiet in that peculiar high, country way. No birds, no running water. Just wind moving through brittle pine, needles like sandpaper. About 2 hours into the climb, the signal hit again. We all stopped to listen as the receiver chirped a single pulse, then silence. Walters held up the tablet. Same spot, he said, his breath forming a cloud. Right under that contour line near the gully mouth. We scanned the slope above. No movement, no tracks but ours. It was early enough that the snow should have still been firm. But when I probed near a stand of firs, the tip of my pole went straight down 3 feet before hitting air. Hollow. Maybe an old burrow or a covered depression. We broke into 2 teams. I went with Carla and one of the medics. She was lean and sunburned, the kind of person who looks carved out of granite. "Stay behind me," she said. "Snow looks crusted, but don't trust it." We zigzagged toward the GPS point, sinking knee deep with every other step. The wind picked up, funneling through the trees in low groans that almost sounded like voices. I told myself it was just the valley shape messing with acoustics. When we reached the coordinate, there was nothing, just a shallow drift and a few dead saplings poking through. The medic scanned with his receiver. A faint chirp. Carla dug with her shovel until she hit bark. A fallen log lay half buried under snow. She brushed more away, and we saw a cavity in the trunk big enough to fit a helmet inside. "There," she said. "You hearing that?" The receiver beeped again, louder now. The beacon signal was coming from the log. I crouched beside her. Inside the hollow, something metallic glinted through ice. We chipped at it with the shovel's edge until the ice cracked free, revealing a small orange PLB wrapped in duct tape. Someone had deliberately wedged it there, like bait. The duct tape wasn't random either. It was layered neatly, covering every surface except the antenna tip. Carla cursed under her breath. "Who the hell does that?" she said. The medic took out his phone to report it, but the signal was dead. Walter's voice crackled faintly over the radio, distorted by static. "You locate beacon?" "Affirmative," Carla said. "It's in a log, secured with tape. No sign of anyone." There was a pause, then more static. "Stay put. Don't disturb it yet. On our way up." The wind carried snow sideways like powdered glass. I could barely feel my fingers through the gloves. We stood there in silence, staring at that taped beacon blinking red inside the hollow. It was supposed to blink only when active. The strange thing was, its light stayed steady for a full second before dimming, as if someone had rigged it differently. Carla muttered something about prank beacons and gear tampering. The medic disagreed. "That's not a prank. Somebody wanted it found." By the time Walters and the others arrived, an hour had passed. The snow had drifted back over our prints. Walters crouched beside the tree, studying the vase. He looked up at us. "You didn't touch it?" "No, sir," Carla said. He nodded, then used a multi-tool to cut away part of the tape. The plastic was clean beneath, no dirt or scratches like you'd expect from long exposure. Brand new. He turned it over in his hands, brow furrowed. The beacon ID number was scratched off. Walters exhaled hard. "All right. Bag it." The medic pulled out an evidence bag from his kit and slid the device inside. We all expected the signal to stop once it was sealed, but 15 minutes later, the receiver chirped again. Same frequency, same location, except now the beacon was in Walter's pack. No one spoke. He checked the GPS twice. "It's still showing the origin point," he said quietly. "Tree hollow, not moving." Carla frowned. Maybe the relay lagged. 15-minute delay on the dot for 6 hours. Walters shook his head. "No." He called base camp again. Static answered. He swore and tried another channel. Still nothing. We decided to head down before whiteout conditions worsened. As we packed up, I caught sight of something carved into the side of the tree. Beneath the snowline, faint but visible. Letters, maybe. I brushed snow away and read, FB 12-0215, carved in block capitals. That was the exact timestamp of the first recorded beacon ping. The medic leaned closer. That can't be coincidence. Walters didn't reply. He zipped his pack and started down. The others followed, but I lingered a moment longer, staring at that carving. It looked fresh. No rot, no discoloration. The bark around the edges was still pale and wet. The wind howled through the trees again, low and steady. Somewhere down the slope, our snowcat's engine coughed and fell silent. I looked back toward the hollow. Empty now, a dark mouth in the snow. And for just a second, I thought I heard another chirp, not from our receivers. Fainter, deeper in the woods. Carla called my name, snapping me out of it. I turned and started trudging downhill, the snow swallowing my steps. The descent took longer than expected. The storm rolled in faster than forecast, flattening all sound except the hiss of sleet. Visibility dropped to maybe 10 feet. Walters stopped every few minutes to check the GPS, but the map froze each time. His breath came out ragged. Signals bouncing, he muttered. Well, angle south, try to hit the lower fire road. I kept glancing over my shoulder. Each time, the ridge above looked the same. White haze, no shape, no movement. But that sense of being observed pressed down hard. We were all thinking the same thing, but no one said it aloud, whoever placed. That beacon had known rescue protocols, timing, and radius limits well enough to draw us in. When we reached the snowcat, it sat half, buried, windshield frosted opaque. The driver's seat was empty. Walters cursed and yanked the door open. The ignition was off, but the keys dangled there. No footprints leading away. Just smooth snow. Could have gone for help, Carla said, though her voice didn't sound convinced. Walters checked his watch. We're overdue. If he went for radio range, Base should have logged his signal by now. We huddled inside the cab to get out of the wind. The heater didn't work. The medic passed around thermoses of coffee gone lukewarm. The beacon bag sat on the dashboard, still blinking red every 15 minutes. By dusk, we decided to bivouac until morning light. There was no way to navigate that storm safely. Walters set the beacon bag aside and turned off his receiver, muttering something about interference. I stayed awake half the night, listening to the wind rattle the chassis. At exactly 20:15 a.m., a faint chirp echoed from outside, one short pulse. Then another. Exactly 15 minutes later, the medic stirred. You heard that? Yeah, I said. He looked toward the door, pale-faced. That's the same interval. We both stared through the frost. The storm had eased a little, enough to see the outline of trees 20 feet away. Then the red blink flashed once through the dark. Same pattern, same distance. Walters sat up instantly. Stay put. He grabbed his flashlight and unlatched the door. Cold air poured in. I reached for my coat. I'll come with you. He shook his head. Negative. If it's someone needing help, I'll call you out. The door slammed shut behind him. The beam of his light swung once, then vanished into the storm. 15 minutes later, the beacon on the dash blinked again. And that's when I realized the one outside had stopped. Walters didn't come back. Not after 10 minutes. Not after 30. The storm had settled into that eerie stillness that sometimes comes right before dawn. Windless, soundless, like the mountain itself was holding its breath. The medic, Carla, and I sat inside the snowcat in silence, watching the single red blink of the beacon reflect against the windshield. It was like a heartbeat. Carla finally snapped her gloves on and said, "We can't wait all night." Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried that clipped edge that meant she'd already decided what to do. The medic protested. Protocol said we stay with the vehicle. But there are moments when protocol feels small compared to the hollow in your stomach that whispers something isn't right. We cracked the door and stepped into a world of pale blue dawn and fine ice fog. Every sound was muffled. The air tasted metallic. I called Walter's name once, twice. Nothing. Carla scanned with her headlamp, its beam cutting through the mist. "He went that way," she said, pointing toward a faint trove in the snow that led uphill. Tracks, half filled by drift. The deep boot pattern distinctive. We followed them in single file. The medic stayed back to keep radio contact, though the channel was still dead. As we climbed, the tracks got shallower, like Walters had started to stumble. About 200 yards from the snowcat, the line ended abruptly beside a down pine. Nothing. Just smooth snow. Carla crouched, tracing the last print with her glove. He didn't fall. There's no impact crater. She looked up. "You see any sign he doubled back?" I shook my head. The ridge above loomed gray and soft-edged. For a second, I thought I saw a flash of movement near the tree line. Something shifting behind the fog. But it could have been wind or my own nerves. We circled the area, probed with poles, dug small test pits. No buried voids, no avalanche slide paths. I tried not to think about the hollow tree and the carved date. At one point, the medic's voice crackled faintly over the radio. "Still no signal down here." "Any luck?" "Negative," Carla answered. "We're coming back." The climb down took longer than it should have. My calves burned, and my throat felt raw from the cold. When the snowcat came into view, I saw the medic standing outside, waving both arms. "You need to see this?" We reached him, panting. He pointed at the dashboard. The evidence bag was gone. The beacon wasn't there anymore. Only a dark, wet patch where the melted snow from it had pooled. "Where'd you put it?" Carla asked. "I didn't touch it," he said, shaking his head. "It was right there when you left. 15 minutes ago, the receiver pinged again. And look," he pointed at the tablet. The GPS coordinate flashing on the screen was our same origin point. The hollow tree. For a long moment, none of us said anything. Then Carla closed her eyes and exhaled through her teeth. "We're leaving," she said.
Now.
Before visibility drops again. The medic hesitated. "What about Walters?" "Well, report him to command once we hit radio range," she said flatly. "If we stay, we'll all end up lost." I didn't argue. The mountain was starting to feel wrong. Not dangerous in the usual avalanche sense, but wrong in the way quiet gets when it lasts too long. We loaded up, the engine stuttering before catching. The treads groaned against the ice as the snowcat lurched into motion. Half an hour down the slope, the radio hissed alive. A burst of static. Then a voice. "Elbert base to Team 4, do you copy?" Walter's call sign. Carla grabbed the mic. "Base, this is 4. We copy. We've lost contact with Ranger Walters, over." There was a long pause. "Say again." "Walters went missing approximately 0300 hours near the ridge. We're descending with 2 survivors." "Repeat." 2. The reply came back after a moment. "Team 4, Ranger Walters has been accounted for at base. He's here." Carla froze. "What?" He reported in at 0400. "Said weather forced retreat. He's fine." I stared at her. She looked at me. "Put him on," she said. Another burst of static. Then, clearly, "Carla, Jack, you two make it down." The voice was unmistakable. Walter's, calm, steady. The same dry tone as always. Carla swallowed. "Where are you calling from?" "Command tent. You're tracking the wrong beacon. We recovered it hours ago." "False positive. You're cleared to return." She clicked the mic off, hands trembling slightly. "That's impossible," she whispered. I leaned forward. "Ask him to read his last logged coordinates." She hesitated, then keyed the mic again. "Walters, can you confirm your position log from earlier?" No answer. Just a faint hum through static. Then the radio died altogether. The medic muttered something about battery failure and banged the casing. No change. The screen stayed blank. The snowcat rolled on in silence. After another mile, we saw the outline of the fire road through the fog. Relief hit me like heat. Then Carla slowed, staring out the windshield. Tracks cut across the road ahead. Single, file boot prints, fresh. They led from the trees and stopped at the edge of the ditch. No continuation. Just ended there, as if whoever made them had stepped into thin air. We stopped. The medic leaned forward. "Please tell me those are ours?" "They're not," Carla said. Her voice had gone quiet. She reached for the door handle, then stopped herself. "Keep going." We reached base by mid-morning. The tents looked half buried under new snow, antennas glittering with frost. Walters was indeed there, standing outside, talking with another ranger. When he saw us, he smiled in that tired way people do after too many sleepless nights. "Glad you made it down," he said. "Hell of a storm, huh?" Carla stepped forward. "You were with us. You went out to check a signal at 0:15. You never came back." He blinked. "What are you talking about?" "I left the ridge at midnight. Hiked down alone. My GPS log's right there." He nodded toward a clipboard on the command table. Sure enough, the timestamp showed him leaving well before the beacon reappeared. The medic and I exchanged looks. "Then who did we follow?" I said. Walters frowned. "You found the beacon though, right? The one in the tree?" Carla's jaw tightened. "Yes." "You have it now?" "Yeah," he said. We brought it down after the second ping. Thing was dead, battery drained. Haven't heard another signal since. That wasn't true. I'd heard at least 4 pings after that. But I didn't say anything. I just stared at the beacon sitting on the table. Orange casing, scuffed now from handling, no tape on it anymore. The serial number had been re-etched, faint but legible. Different from before. Walters must have noticed me staring. "Something wrong?" "Really?" I shook my head. "No, sir." We debriefed for an hour, logged everything we could remember. Then Carla and I loaded into her truck for the long drive back to town. Neither of us spoke until the road flattened and the snow turned to slush. Finally, she said, "You saw the carving, right? The date?" "Yeah, looked fresh." "Yeah." She tapped the steering wheel. Walters said that beacon had been dead for days, but the light was still blinking when we found it. And that tape, it wasn't standard issue. Somebody wrapped it on purpose. I stared out the window at the passing pines. "You think someone was testing response times?" "Maybe." She paused. "Or baiting us." We didn't say anything else the rest of the drive. That night I couldn't sleep. The wind outside my apartment sounded like the mountain again. I kept thinking about the 15-minute interval. The precision of it. At exactly 02:15 that night, my phone buzzed once. Just a random vibration, I told myself. Probably a notification lag. But when I checked, the screen showed nothing. Still, I opened my GPS app out of habit. The top coordinate history entry was labeled automatically. Last known signal, Mount Elbert North Slope. Timestamp 02:15 a.m. I didn't remember ever saving that location. The next morning, I called Carla. She picked up after one ring. "You saw it too," she said. Not a question. "Yeah? I checked my receiver before bed," she said. It blinked red once. 15 minutes later, again. It stopped when I turned it off. "What are you thinking?" I asked. "That somebody wanted us to look. And maybe they're not done." I didn't have an answer. Outside, the snow had started again, light and constant. The same kind that covers tracks faster than you can make them. I looked out at the mountains rising west of town. Somewhere up there, the hollow tree still stood. The beacon was probably still on a table in evidence, its battery dead. But I couldn't shake the feeling that another one, an identical one, was waiting to start blinking again. 15 minutes at a time. 3 days after we came down from Mount Elbert, I told myself I was done thinking about it. No more checking GPS logs. No more scrolling through search and rescue forums looking for similar cases. But every time my phone buzzed, email, weather alert, wrong number text, my stomach tightened before my brain caught up. I kept waiting for that 15-minute rhythm. Carla called once to say command had closed the incident as a false distress activation. Walters wrote the official report himself. According to it, the beacon we'd found had been damaged, misfiring at regular intervals due to a corroded internal circuit. No missing persons, he'd written. No evidence of tampering. It read clean, clinical, convincing enough that anyone who hadn't been there would nod and move on. But I'd seen that duct tape. The way it was layered, clean, deliberate. Someone had set that trap. And if it was just a malfunction, why did the beacon stop blinking the moment? Walters unwrapped it at base, only to start again, later that night from a coordinate none of us logged. I wasn't trying to play detective. I just couldn't sleep. So the fourth evening, after pacing my apartment until nearly midnight, I drove back toward Leadville. The highway was empty, a pale strip cutting through pine shadows. The snow had settled again, new powder smoothing over every shoulder. I told myself I'd just stop at the trailhead, take a look, maybe clear the unease. The ranger station lot was dark when I pulled in. No snowcat, no trucks, only a single light glowing in the operations tent. I hesitated, then unzipped the flap. Walters sat at the radio table, coat still on, typing notes. He looked up, surprised but not angry. "Rayleigh, thought you'd had enough of this place." "I can't sleep," I said simply. He studied me for a long second, then gestured to a folding chair. "You're not the only one." The heater hissed softly. On the table beside the laptop sat the beacon. Same orange casing, now tagged and logged. A small strip of duct tape clung stubbornly to one corner, like a scab that wouldn't come off. "Still dead?" I asked. "Completely," Walters said. "Batteries out. Tested it myself. No residual signal." He leaned back. "You know how many false pings we get every winter? People testing their units, forgetting to deregister. Satellites catching reflections. 90% noise." I said. "But not usually buried in a log." He smiled faintly, without humor. "You and Carla still think somebody planted it." "I don't know what I think." He closed the laptop. "Sometimes mountains just get inside your head. You spend long enough up there, you start filling silence with patterns. I almost let that be the end of it. But then his radio crackled. Soft, irregular static that made us both look up. Walters frowned, tapped the dial. Probably the repeater on the ridge icing over again. A faint chirp followed. Short, clean, one pulse. I felt my breath catch. Walters froze, then switched frequencies. The chirp repeated. He turned the volume down, then off. The static faded, but my pulse didn't. He didn't say anything for a while. Then, quietly, "You didn't hear that?" I nodded, though we both knew I had. When I left the tent, snow was falling again. Dry, crystalline flakes that whispered against my jacket. My truck's windshield was coated in frost. I scraped a small patch clear and caught a reflection in the glass behind me. The tent light, flickering once every 15 seconds. Not 15 minutes, but close enough to make my scalp tighten. Driving back toward town, I told myself I'd imagined the timing. The rational part of me, what little remained after that week, kept reciting facts: no body, no missing person reports, no new signals. Just equipment failure and exhausted minds. Still, at 02:15 a.m., my dashboard clock ticked over and the radio came alive. A burst of white noise. Then a voice, faint but distinct. "Base to Team 4, do you copy?" I gripped the wheel hard enough that my knuckles cracked. "Walters," I said out loud, though no one could hear. The voice repeated, same tone, same phrasing, like a recording. Then silence. The radio display blinked twice and went dark. I pulled over, heart hammering. The mountains loomed black around me. Somewhere far above. Beyond the snow line, the slope where we'd dug log was buried again under fresh powder. I should have driven away. Instead, I sat there until dawn bled pale over the peaks. When the ranger office opened, Carla was already there, packing supplies. She looked up when I walked in and didn't bother asking why. "You heard it too," she said. I nodded. "They're calling it a satellite ghost ping," she said, but her voice was flat, unconvinced. The beacon frequency bounced off another transponder. Happens sometimes. Doesn't usually come with a voice. "No," she said. We stared at the topo map spread on the table. Someone had circled the original coordinate in red ink. Beside it, a fresh notation. Secondary signal, 12M south, elevation 1150. The timestamp 0300 today. I swallowed. "Who logged that?" Carla's eyes met mine. "Walters. We hiked up that afternoon. Just the two of us. No command approval, no snowcat this time. The storm had broken, leaving a sky so blue it hurt to look at. The forest was quiet again, the kind of quiet that hums inside your teeth. By late afternoon, we reached the same drainage. Every landmark looked different, reshaped by wind and snow. But when we found the old log, half buried again, it was exactly as we'd left it, except for the small, clean hole drilled into its side. A cable, barely visible, ran from the hollow into the ground. Carla knelt, brushed snow aside, and followed the wire. It led to a buried tin case about the size of a lunchbox. Inside was another beacon, identical to the first. This one wasn't taped. Its red light blinked steady. She swore softly. He said the unit was dead. I reached for the transmitter to cut power, but the moment my glove brushed it, the receiver on her pack chirped. One pulse. Then, from somewhere uphill, a second answering ping. We both froze. The sound wasn't loud. It could have been a branch snapping, but the timing was exact. 15 seconds apart. Carla drew a slow breath. We're not alone out here. We backed away from the hollow, eyes scanning the ridge. Nothing moved. No prints except ours. The mountain seemed to lean in, listening. "Let's mark coordinates and go," I said. She nodded, typing into her GPS. Then the receiver chirped again. Only this time, the screen read origin signal Zurem. "The beacon thinks it's us," she whispered. I yanked the battery out. The light kept blinking for 2 more cycles before fading. We didn't talk on the descent. Every crunch of snow behind us sounded a half-step delayed, like an echo walking in sync. When we finally reached the trailhead, dusk was falling. My truck sat alone under the same dull sky. Carla turned to me, jaw tight. "We'll log this and we're done, Jack. Promise me?" I nodded. She drove off before I'd even started my engine. That night, the official report never made it to command. I know because I checked the database. No entry, no coordinates, no record that we'd gone back up. At 2:15 a.m., I was awake again. No phone, no radio this time. Just that same interior clock ticking inside my chest. 15 minutes later, I heard a faint chirp from somewhere in my apartment. A single pulse. I tore through the place. Desk drawers, backpack, emergency gear. Finally, I found my old personal beacon, the one I'd registered years ago for weekend hikes. The indicator light was on, blinking faintly. I hadn't touched it in months. I stared until the next pulse hit exactly 15 minutes later. The unit wasn't transmitting. I confirmed it. No satellite uplink, battery half dead. But the light kept time. The next morning, I drove to the ranger office to return it. But the lot was empty again. No tent, no vehicles, no sign of anyone. A handwritten note taped to the door read, "Operations relocated due to avalanche hazard." No date, no signature. I sat there for a long time, engine idling. The mountains looked calm, indifferent. For all I knew, the snow had swallowed every sign we'd ever been there. Eventually, I set the beacon on the step, still blinking, and walked away. Halfway to town, my dashboard clock ticked 02:15 p.m. The radio came alive with a single sharp pulse. Then a voice, mine, unmistakable, distorted through static, said, "Base, this is Rayleigh. We found it, just once." Then silence. I pulled over and turned off the ignition. The world outside was perfectly still. Snow drifted across the hood like ash. For a while I just sat there, hands on the wheel, waiting for the next 15-minute mark to come and go. It did. Nothing happened. Finally, I started the engine again and headed downhill, telling myself I was finished with mountains, with signals, with ghosts made of radio static. But sometimes when I'm driving alone at night and the clock hits 1/4 any hour, I catch myself glancing at the dashboard, waiting for that tiny red blink I'll never admit I still hope to see. My name is Victor Hale, and I've worked as a park ranger in Monongahela National Forest for nearly 12 years. It's a place that demands quiet respect. 500,000 acres of deep canopy, limestone caves, and streams that vanish underground for miles before resurfacing somewhere else. Every ranger who lasts more than a season here ends up with stories they don't talk about easily, not because we're superstitious, but because they sound wrong when you try to explain them out loud. I was stationed that summer near the Shavers Fork district, a stretch of country that still feels untouched. The rivers there run cold and fast, threading between steep ravines lined with sycamore, hemlock, and ghost birch. Most tourists never get that far in. The ones who do usually come to fish or camp along the low water crossings. My job was simple. Check permits, clear deadfall off the trails, and keep an eye out for signs of poaching. I'd been on duty for 6 straight days that week, and the rhythm of it had gone quiet in my head. Boots on trail, radio static, the muted hiss of my own breath under the canopy. It was early July, but under the sycamores the air still felt cool enough to bite through a shirt. That morning I packed light, 1 thermos, a sandwich, a small first aid kit, and my old fly rod. We're allowed to fish off duty as long as we stay within patrol range. I hiked upstream from my usual checkpoint, following the narrow course of the river until the sound of water dulled into background noise. That's where I found the sycamore. It stood a few yards from the bank, roots like bent knuckles gripping the soil. The trunk was massive, older than the rest of the stand by centuries, maybe. Its bark had the usual patchwork of pale grays and greens, the kind that flakes off like parchment. I remember thinking how solid it felt when I leaned against it. The kind of tree that must have watched floods, fires, and storms roll through, and just kept standing. I cast my line into the slow current and watched the flies settle between eddies. Nothing bit for a while. The woods around me seemed half asleep, filled only with the occasional trill of a wood thrush and the creak of branches in the wind. At some point, I noticed something small. Chips of bark collecting near my boots. They weren't falling naturally. They looked like they'd been scraped or chewed off. I brushed it off at first. Squirrels, maybe. Or the way the wind sometimes catches the dry layers and peels them off. When I looked up again, the patch of bark directly in front of me had shifted. I didn't register it all at once. My eyes caught the shape first, a thin, horizontal split that hadn't been there before, curved upwards slightly at the ends. Beneath it, darker striations fanned down like gums. The flaking bark above had curled just enough to cast a shadow. For a second, I thought it resembled a grin. Then a chip fell from the edge of that grin, landing on my sleeve, and the sound it made. Soft, fibrous, deliberate. Wasn't wind. I stepped back. The patch of bark seemed to widen with each inch of distance, as if perspective was doing something strange to my brain. The split had texture now, rows of pale, tooth-like ridges. Not teeth, not really. Just layers of fibrous wood that caught the light in the right way. Still, my stomach tightened. I've seen trees do odd things. Cankers, frost cracks, burl growths that twist the grain into grotesque patterns. It's all part of nature's design. But this looked too clean, too precise. I forced myself to touch it. The bark felt warm, not sun-warm, but faintly animal, like the skin of something alive under my palm. I drew back immediately. The forest went still. Even the river sounded farther away. I stood there, hand trembling, trying to convince myself I was overreacting. My radio crackled then. A short burst of static that startled me so hard, I nearly dropped the rod. Dispatch was checking in. Unit 53, do you copy? I answered too quickly. My voice came out thin. Copy, this is Hale. All good here. Just taking lunch near marker 32. There was a pause. Then a faint reply. Thought we heard chewing. That's how they said it, half laughing, probably joking. But it hit me wrong. I looked back at the tree. The grin in the bark seemed wider now, curling up the sides like it was listening. I told them I'd check in later, and signed off. The logical move would have been to leave. But logic bends easy in the field. I told myself I'd mark the spot, report it. Maybe take a photo later when the light evened out. For now, I stepped away from the sycamore and returned to my rod, forcing my breathing to slow. The rest of the afternoon dragged on. I caught nothing. Every few minutes I'd glance back toward the tree and swear the bark had shifted again, edges curling inward, chips littering the soil like gnawed fingernails. I kept inventing excuses: woodpeckers, insects, humidity warping the layers. But none of it fit what I was seeing. By 4 o'clock the light began to tilt gold. I reeled in and packed my gear, keeping my eyes on the river. The sound of chewing, soft, rhythmic, followed me upstream. It wasn't close, not yet, just under the surface of everything, blending with the sound of water on stone. When I reached the ridge trail, I finally looked back. From that distance, the sycamore was still, ordinary. I convinced myself that's all it had ever been. I didn't tell anyone that night. Instead, I logged my patrol notes as usual. Trail 32, clear, no violations. Stream level steady, no wildlife activity of concern. Routine words written with a steady hand. Because the moment you start writing the truth of something like that, you're admitting it's real. But the next morning, the chewing started again. I woke in my cabin near the ranger station before sunrise, the sky a dull slate through the curtains. The sound was faint at first, wood against wood, like someone whittling inside the walls. I got up, thinking maybe a mouse had found its way in, or a squirrel had chewed through the eaves. But when I stepped outside, the sound was louder, coming from the tree line beyond the clearing. It stopped when I turned toward it. The trees stood motionless. No wind, no birds yet awake. Just that dense, breathless silence that hangs before dawn. I stayed there for a long minute, scanning the dark for movement. Then I told myself what rangers always trust: the evidence, not the fear. By mid-morning, I'd convinced myself I needed to go back. Not out of curiosity. At least that's what I told myself, but to confirm what I'd seen. If the tree had disease or parasite damage, it could be a safety issue. Falling bark, unstable trunk, things we're trained to look for. That was enough reason to head back. I radioed my supervisor, said I'd be surveying near Shaver's Fork again. He didn't question it. The trail felt different that day. Every sound carried farther than usual, and the undergrowth seemed thicker. I noticed fresh scrape marks along a nearby oak, long parallel grooves that looked more like claw tracks than tool marks. No bears had been reported in this section lately, but clawing wasn't unheard of. I logged it and moved on. When I reached the river, I recognized the bend immediately. My boot prints from the day before still marked the mud. The sycamore stood waiting at the edge of the bank, its upper branches catching the light. At first glance, it looked ordinary again. The bark I'd seen peeled back was closed now, as if healed overnight. No grin, no goges. Just smooth gray trunk. I exhaled and laughed under my breath. Too hard, too forced. But then I noticed the pile of bark chips beneath it had grown. Twice as much as yesterday, scattered in a rough semicircle. I crouched and ran a gloved hand through them. The edges were wet, darker than the outer bark. Sap clung to my fingers, sticky and sweet with a smell like iron. When I touched the tree again, the warmth was still there. I leaned closer, scanning for signs of insects or burrowing rot. That's when I heard it, soft and deep inside the trunk, like breath moving through a throat. I froze. It wasn't wind. The air was perfectly still. The sound came again, this time longer. A low inhale followed by a creaking exhale. The bark under my hand trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly, like muscle beneath skin. I stepped back fast enough to trip over a root. My backpack hit the ground, scattering gear. The forest went silent again. I stood there, heartbeat loud in my ears, eyes fixed on that patch of bark. No movement now, no sound. Just the quiet trickle of the river. I should have turned around, walked back, logged it, written possible structural anomaly, and been done with it. But I didn't. Something in me, pride, disbelief, maybe fear of ridicule, kept me there. So I took out my pocket knife and reached forward. The blade slipped under a flake of bark and lifted it away cleanly. Underneath was darker wood, almost black, cross-hatched with fine ridges. Not teeth, I told myself. Just grain. Then one of those ridges twitched. The bark in my hand flexed, curling like skin reacting to touch. I dropped it instantly and stumbled back. The tree made a noise then. A dry crunch, like pressure building inside. A new line appeared along the trunk, horizontal, widening as I watched. Chips fell to the ground in a slow, deliberate rhythm. By the time I realized what I was hearing, it was too late to look away. The sound wasn't random, it was chewing, and the grin was back. Wider. I don't remember deciding to run. One moment, I was watching the bark peel back like lips. The next, I was halfway up the ridge trail, lungs scraping at the air. I didn't stop until the tree was out of sight and the sound of chewing had faded into the drone of the forest. When I finally slowed, my hands were shaking so badly, I dropped the knife somewhere on the path. I didn't care. I just wanted distance. Enough to think, enough to breathe. The hike back to the ranger station should have taken 40 minutes. I did it in 20. I didn't call it in. Didn't radio anyone. I just went straight to the maintenance shed, washed my hands under the pump, and watched the water run pink from where the sap had clung to my skin. It wasn't supposed to be that color. Sycamore sap is clear, faintly amber at worst. This was tinted like diluted rust. I scrubbed until the skin went raw. The smell of iron didn't fade. I told myself what every ranger tells themselves: when something doesn't fit, start with the facts. The facts were simple. There was a tree that appeared to move. Bark falling at unnatural intervals. Sound resembling chewing. None of that proved anything. Nature has a way of mimicking life in ways we don't expect. Still, that night I couldn't stop thinking about it. I replayed the moment the bark flexed, the sound it made. Wet, fibrous, somehow purposeful. By 10 p.m., the rest of the station had gone quiet. The few rangers on rotation were asleep or out on other roads. I sat at my desk, half-heartedly typing up trail notes, when something tapped against the window. 3 slow knocks, then silence. I froze, hand on the keyboard. The blinds were drawn, but the knock came again. Same rhythm, patient. I stood and pulled the blinds just enough to peek through. The clearing outside was empty. My truck sat where I'd parked it. The floodlight over the porch cast its weak yellow cone across the gravel. Nothing moved. I was about to turn away when I noticed the small pile against the window frame. Wood chips. Fresh. I leaned closer. The smell hit me first. Sap and metal. Then I saw it. A sliver of bark wedged into the seam of the window, pressed there as if by fingers. The same pale, gray skin of sycamore. I locked the window and backed away. The chewing started a few minutes later. Faint, rhythmic. Coming from the trees just beyond the light's edge. I killed the lamp, sat in the dark, and listened. The sound moved around the cabin. Slow circles, like something pacing just out of view. Every instinct told me to radio for backup. But what would I say? There's a tree chewing outside my window. They'd think I'd lost it. So I waited. The sound continued until just before dawn, then stopped. When I went outside at first light, the clearing looked undisturbed, except for the prints. They weren't animal. They weren't human either, not exactly. Indentations about the size of a boot heel, but irregular, with fine lines radiating outward like roots. There were maybe a dozen of them, pressed deep into the soft soil, leading from the tree line to the side of the cabin. I followed them as far as the edge of the woods, where they disappeared into moss and leaf litter. I knelt and touched one of the impressions. It was damp, almost as if the ground hadn't stopped bleeding sap. By noon, I'd convinced myself to report it, at least part of it. I wrote up an incident note about usual nocturnal activity near Ranger Station 2 and logged it for internal review. I left out everything about the sycamore's grin. Around 2, my supervisor, Daryl, stopped by. Big guy, calm voice. Been with the service longer than I've been alive. He knocked on the doorframe, holding a cup of coffee. "Got your report?" he said. "What kind of activity are we talking about?" I hesitated. Could be vandalism. Or just wind knocking things loose. "Found some tracks," he frowned. "Animal. Hard to tell. Looked like prints, but not regular ones." He nodded slowly, the way someone does when they don't want to call you crazy. "We'll log it." Probably nothing. Folks dump weird stuff out here sometimes. Half the time it's pranksters. I almost left it at that. Then he added, "You said near marker 30. 2 yesterday, right? That's Sycamore territory." I looked up. Nothing. He shrugged. "Just don't see many healthy ones that far north of the fork anymore. Blight got most of 'em years back." Blight. That word stuck, because the tree I'd seen wasn't dying. It was thriving. Too much, maybe. The trunk had been thick, the bark glossy with sap. Whatever it wasn't sick. After Daryl left, I packed a camera, GPS, and soil kit. I told myself I'd just collect samples, take photos, make it official. If I could document something physical, disease, fungus, even a trick of decay, I could stop thinking about teeth. The trail felt longer that day. The air was heavy, sweet with the scent of rot and wet wood. About halfway in, I noticed marks on the trunks of other trees. Small crescents carved into the bark, in clusters of 2 or 3. Fresh cuts, oozing sap. It looked like someone had dragged teeth, or a blade, along the grain. When I reached the river bend, my breath caught. The sycamore had changed. Its roots had broken through the soil, lifting the ground around it in jagged ridges. The bark had darkened, the gray gone nearly black. The grin, if you could call it that, was still there, only deeper now, edges curled outward. Beneath it, the exposed wood was damp and red, streaked, as if stained from within. I took a step closer, camera raised. The air around it was warm again. A faint hum vibrated through the ground under my boots, subtle enough that I might have imagined it. I started taking photos from different angles, documenting everything: trunk texture, sap flow, root spread. Each shot made me feel more detached, more like a scientist cataloging something that couldn't possibly be alive in the way it seemed. Then my camera froze. The screen flickered and went black. When it came back, every image was the same. Blurry gray static, except for one. That one showed the tree clearly, but with something standing beside it. A shape roughly my height, pale and narrow, featureless except for a dark line where a mouth should have been. I lowered the camera and looked up. Nothing there. Just the tree, waiting. I backed away slow. My pack felt too heavy, my body too light. The chewing sound started again, distant but building, echoing through the trunks. It wasn't just one source now. It came from multiple directions. Soft gnawing layered over deeper grinding, like hundreds of teeth working wood. I ran. Branches slapped my arms as I pushed through the undergrowth, trying not to trip over roots. The sound followed, growing louder the farther I went. Not echo, pursuit. When I broke into a clearing near the old service road, the noise stopped, just cut off mid-bite. The silence was worse. I stood there, doubled over, gasping, until my radio crackled to life. "Hale, you copy?" Daryl's voice, faint through the static. I grabbed it. "Copy. I'm on the service road. You need to send someone to 32. Now." "What's going on?" "Something's." I stopped myself. "It's not safe. The trees are moving. There." The radio went dead. I hit the side, checked the antenna, nothing. Dead air. I made it back to the station by dusk. Daryl was already there, leaning against his truck, expression tight. "Signal went out," he said. "You okay?"
Yeah.
The word felt wrong in my mouth. "Did you send anyone out?" 2 rangers took the east trail. Said they didn't see anything unusual. Of course they didn't. The forest never performs on demand. He studied me a moment, then lowered his voice. "You sure you're getting enough rest, Hale?" I wanted to snap at him, but his concern sounded genuine. "I'm fine," he nodded slowly. "Take a couple of days. Stay local. Clear your head." I didn't argue. That night, I sat on the cabin steps with a flashlight, staring into the dark where the forest began. The chewing hadn't come back yet, but I could feel it waiting, like the pause between heartbeats. I dozed sometime after midnight. When I woke, the flashlight had rolled into the grass. The beam caught something near the tree line. A shape, half hidden. I raised the light higher. A piece of bark hung nailed to one of the fence posts. The nails were mine. Standard issue. I'd used them last week to secure trail signs. But the bark itself wasn't from any tree nearby. It was pale gray, curling at the edges, and carved down the middle with a perfect crescent grin. My name was scratched into it. Not painted, not burned. Etched letter by letter in what looked like teeth marks. I didn't sleep after that. Just before dawn, the radio crackled again. Static at first, then a voice, my own. Unit 5-3, it said, matching my tone exactly. "All good here. Just taking lunch near marker 32. The same words I'd said 2 days earlier. The same pause. The same clipped breath between sentences. Then silence. I turned off the radio. Some things, once they start repeating, don't stop until you go back and face them. I didn't pack light that morning. If I was going back, I wanted to be ready for anything. Chainsaw, soil auger, flare gun, full med kit. It wasn't regulation to carry all that alone. But regulation wasn't built for things that moved when no one was looking. I left a note for Daryl saying I'd be inspecting damage near marker 32. I didn't sign it. The forest was still when I entered. Not quiet, still. The kind of air that has weight. My boots sank into damp soil as I followed the river bend upstream. The smell of iron was stronger now, riding every breath of wind. When I reached the bend, I stopped. The sycamore was gone. Or rather, it had moved. It now stood closer to the water. Roots draped across the bank like limbs mid-step. The ground it had left behind was torn open, a crater of mud and splinters. The bark piles were scattered everywhere. Fresh chips mixed with older, darker ones that looked almost fossilized. I should have taken photos, but the camera felt useless now. Evidence meant nothing if it changed the second you blinked. The sound started low. The same deep chewing that had haunted my nights. It pulsed through the air in steady rhythm, like a heartbeat muffled under layers of wood. Then I realized it wasn't one sound. It was many. Dozens, maybe more. Every tree along the river swayed imperceptibly, as if breathing. I gripped the chainsaw handle, but didn't start it. The machine suddenly felt small. The sycamore, if I could still call it that, faced me. Its grin was larger than before, the bark curled back into two arcs that almost reached the ground. Inside, the exposed wood gleamed slick and wet. I thought I saw movement beneath the surface, slow and rolling, like muscle shifting under skin. I took one step closer. The chewing stopped. The silence that followed was worse than any noise. "All right," I muttered, voice barely a whisper. "You wanted me back." The words were foolish, but speaking them made me feel human. A faint creak echoed from within the trunk. Then another. Then a crack so deep it rattled through my chest. The grin split wider, and something slid out. A long strand of sap, thick as honey, swinging from the center like drool. It hit the ground with a wet smack. I stared, frozen. My reflection glimmered in that dark sheen. Faint but there. I knelt slowly, keeping distance, and pointed the flashlight at it. Inside the sap, beneath the surface, tiny white fragments were suspended, fibrous slivers shaped like teeth. They were human. Some still had roots attached. The light trembled in my hand. I stepped back, then another step, until my boot hit something solid. I looked down. Mine. I don't mean it looked like mine. I mean it was mine. Worn tread, same laces, same faded mark near the toe. Half buried in the dirt, filled with sap. My name tag was still stitched on the inside cuff. I yanked it free, and a faint ripping noise came from beneath it. The root underneath pulled back slightly, retracting into the earth like a worm avoiding light. I staggered away. The tree loomed taller, bark flexing with every shallow breath I took. That's when I saw the radio. It was embedded in the trunk, half swallowed by bark, antenna bent. The display flickered, an old transmission replaying in a loop. "Unit 5-3, do you copy?" My voice answered. "Copy, this is Hale." "All good here. Just taking lunch near marker 32. The words came from deep inside the wood, slightly distorted, like the sound was echoing through a mouthful of sap. I could have left then. I should have. But something about hearing my own voice, trapped in that endless loop, rooted me to the spot. I started the chainsaw. The engine roared, cutting through the hum of the forest. For the first time in days, the chewing stopped completely. The other trees fell still, as if waiting. I stepped forward and drove the saw into the base of the sycamore. The blade bit through the outer bark easily. Too easily. Inside, it met something dense, not wood but sinew. The vibration changed pitch, going from a clean buzz to a grinding resistance that vibrated through my arms. Sap sprayed in a wide arc, hitting my visor. The smell wasn't sap anymore. It was metallic, like blood. The chainsaw choked and stalled. I yanked the cord again, but it wouldn't restart. When I looked up, the tree had shifted. The grin was gone. The surface had closed, smooth again, except for a faint bulge where the cut had been. It was healing. Fast. A sound built inside the trunk, low, deep, vibrating through the ground until I could feel it in my knees. The bulge began to rise, stretching outward, until the bark split open once more. This time it wasn't a grin. It was an opening. A cavity dark enough to swallow light. I saw something move inside. Slow, deliberate. The outline of an arm, maybe. Or a root mimicking one. It reached toward the ground, groping blindly, fingers, or branches, trembling as if testing the air. That was enough. I turned and ran. The trail blurred under my boots. I didn't care about direction, only distance. The chewing came again, louder now, chasing me through the trees. Branches snapped. Leaves flared as if caught in sudden wind. Every shadow felt alive. When I reached the ridge, I risked one glance back. The sycamore wasn't following, but the forest was. All around, trunks swayed in unison, roots stretching, bark splitting in thin, horizontal lines. 100 grins forming at once. I kept running. By the time I reached the service road, the noise had faded. I dropped the chainsaw and collapsed beside the truck, gulping air. The sun was already lowering behind the hills, painting everything in copper light. I sat there until the shaking in my hands stopped enough to start the engine. Back at the station, Daryl was waiting. He didn't speak right away. Just stared at the mud on my clothes, the streaks of sap across my gloves. What the hell happened out there? I opened my mouth, closed it again. You wouldn't believe me. Try me. I told him pieces, the sound, the movement, the radio. Left out the teeth. Even half the truth sounded insane. He rubbed his temples. You need rest, Hale. I'll file your notes, but you stay off patrol for a week. Doctor's orders. That was the last conversation we ever had. 2 days later, Daryl didn't show for morning check-in. His truck was found near marker 30. 2-door open, keys still in the ignition. No sign of struggle. Just a small pile of bark on the driver's seat, shaped like a grin. They called in a search team. I wasn't allowed to join. I watched from the station porch as the convoy headed down the trail, headlights vanishing one by one into the trees. None of them reported anything unusual. No movement, no chewing, nothing. By evening, they'd called it missing ranger, likely disoriented, presumed injured. But I knew better. That night I dreamed of the sycamore again. Not standing in the forest, standing outside my cabin. Roots coiled along the porch, bark grinning wide. In the dream it spoke. Not words, not exactly. Just my own voice, played back through wood and sap. Copy, it said. Al good here. When I woke, the floorboards were wet. I left Monongahela 3 days later. Resigned on paper, unofficially fled. I rented a small place 2 states away, but sleep hasn't improved. Some nights I still hear the chewing. Not loud, just faint, like memory carried on the wind. Last week, I noticed something in the backyard. A young sycamore. Maybe 4 feet tall, pale bark just starting to flake. I hadn't planted it. No neighbors nearby could have, either. I thought about cutting it down right then. But I didn't. I told myself it was coincidence. Seeds drift, roots spread underground. Forests migrate in ways we don't always see. But tonight the wind's still. The house is quiet, and from the yard I hear the soft, steady sound of something gnawing. When I look out the window, the tree stands perfectly still. Then a piece of bark falls away. Slow and deliberate, landing among the roots. It looks like a smile. I keep telling myself I'll dig it out tomorrow. But tomorrow keeps moving farther away. Somewhere out there, the old sycamore still stands by the river, surrounded by its children. Maybe by now they've spread through the whole forest. Maybe farther. If you ever go walking near Shaver's Fork, and you lean against a tree to rest, just pay attention to the sound it makes when the wind dies down. If it's chewing, don't wait to see what happens next. And if you hear your own voice on the radio, don't answer. Because whatever listens in those woods learns fast. It knows names. It knows hunger. And it's always growing.